Great, should I wear these? Alyssa, Alyssa, I should wear these today?
I thought you needed them.
Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham,
Here.
Board Member Flores,
Excused.
Board Member Goff,
Here.
Board Member McClellan,
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here. Commissioner, could you lead us today, please?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Somebody, thank you very much. Is there a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Second. Any objections? Passes unanimously, thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Can you repeat that?
Is there a motion to approve the
Oh, yes.
consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? No, we don't have to read it anymore. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I'd like to remove 5.02 from the consent agenda.
Thank you. Any other items? Board Member Goff?
I don't want to really remove it. I just have a question about 5.03. Just a technical question.
Board Member Flores is here. Go ahead, Ms. Goff.
Yes, small thing, but I think it needs to be clarified.
5.03?
Yes, it's on the Innovative Pilot Program. Listed under the incorrect congressional district on the list of grantees or awardees, the Jefferson Academy is in Congressional District 7. And I also have a question about, there's another school listed there that was a recipient, and it was just termed the Academy on the list. There is an Academy of Charter School in CD7. There is a T.R. Paul Academy in CD2, and I just would like some clarification. What is the Academy?
And we can get that for you. I don't have that with me.
Thank you. Any other items to be pulled? So we're voting on the consent agenda except for 5.02. Yes, I just said you were here. Did you have any items that you want to pull? No, I don't. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I add something in? I'm not adding any more to take off the consent agenda, but I did have several waiver requests that I was considering, but got the information from Mr. Cottonsetti about teacher evaluation, and that all of those are in the CDE office now. And I just wanted to clarify that all of those schools do have their own accountability, and we do have copies of those.
Right. We have copies of the replacement plans.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
that's great.
correct.
That is required. Anything else? Is that a proper motion? Can we just vote on that? Call the roll, since it hasn't.
Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Board Member Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Goff,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. If it would be all right with colleagues, could we take up 502 right now, please? Thank you, Ms. Ruthven. Or do you want to ask a question about that, Board Member Rankin?
I'm sure Ms. Ruthven is well aware of the question I have, and it is the Comprehensive Quality Physical Education Instruction Pilot Program. I was curious about what this was, the details of it, and especially the reporting outcomes. There was $760,000 available, but the grant request totaled $2.6 million. I'm just concerned, what is the situation there that we need, and what is it that we need in our PE programs that we're not already doing? So, Ms. Ruthven.
Madam Chair.
Please.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Board Member Rankin, for your question. Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat this morning. So, to ensure that I answer your two questions, so you wanted an outline of what this grant program is asking, and then what is the evaluation behind the grant program. So, as I'm sure you all know, there were a fair number of grant programs that were passed this last legislative session, and this is one of them. So this one is very specific in that it looks toward the purpose of physical education and instruction, and thank you so much. And the goal is to address, this is from the bill itself, to address barriers to implement comprehensive quality physical education instruction programs based in the model physical education policy. So essentially, what that's outlining is a certain number of minutes of physical education instruction for elementary or middle school, et cetera, and then a certain way to do that, to integrate it into a school day in support of increasing the amount of physical activity that a student has within a day. So there is research that shows that there is there are connections between the number of minutes or hours of physical activity the student has and their ability to pay attention during the day. So I think that's the general idea of the specifics that this is attempting to get at. It's very specific in the prescription of how the grant will be implemented by the schools and districts that choose to do this. So this is competitive and voluntary. And in addition to the number of minutes, it talks about the credentialing and the licensure, et cetera, of the instructor itself, as well as how the program will work with other minutes and within the school day, essentially. So then switching to the evaluation piece, the evaluation is very specific in that it must be contracted out to an institution of higher education here in our state, and then it outlines that that institution of higher education will then specify with CDE staff how this will be measured, but then it is very specific in that there are indicators and measurement outlined in statute as well. So for example, that there will be a survey conducted of students as well as instructors themselves, that there will be measures of student health that are outlined, and then essentially attendance, behavior, things like that are the measurement that will be outlined toward evaluation, and there's a 4-year period to do that.
Go ahead.
So, am I right, the survey is done by the teachers that are teaching it? Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
So it says the program,
Mm-hmm.
so so it's actually program evaluator.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would be done in conjunction with the external evaluator, is how I read that.
So will the external evaluator gather the surveys that the teachers have done about their own program? Is that, or do they come into the school and actually, as a third party, evaluate it?
Madam Chair. So that level of specificity has not been outlined yet because we're still in the contracting period with the evaluator. So if you all have preferences about how you might like that to happen, we can certainly write that into the scope.
I just, if I heard you correctly, a survey by the person that's doing the instruction is, you don't even need to do it. I mean, they'll say they're doing a good job.
So I think that's from, my apologies if I misspoke, from the program evaluator, which would be the institution of higher education.
So they will do a survey of how that
Correct.
course is for every one that gets that grant.
Correct.
Okay. And we haven't determined the third party, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I understand it now.
Would you like to make a motion, please?
Well, no, I
Oh,
want to
sorry.
hear what Mr. Durham has to say.
Board Member Durham.
I don't seem to have a complete list of the grant.
There are only three.
You know,
There are only 3 that we're doing. How much money do we have?
so there's 760,000, and that's over a 3-year period. So it was estimated that with the outline of expectations in statute, that it would take approximately $80,000 per school to implement the program as written.
So
Board Member Rankin.
one more question then. Then
do you
is
think?
the 500,000 difference in those numbers for the third party and admin?
Correct. So in statute, it's written specifically that up to $180,000. Now, we don't anticipate spending that much, will be for the evaluation.
Just there's a discrepancy in the 267 and the 238.
Oh, correct. As far as, so yes, that's for the evaluator, but then we didn't have enough for another full cycle, which would have been $240,000 for a full school for the 3-year period.
And so how will that money carry over? Will we return it? I mean, or does it not come as part of the grant since it's not enough to make one more school? What happens to that money?
So after evaluation,
Mhm.
then we'll determine, do we have enough money for maybe a supplemental for other activities? Because 80,000 from the outlined activities is basically bare minimum of what folks are estimating will take to accomplish the things in statute.
What if there isn't any? What happens to that money?
What if there's, I'm not following.
If there's, between the 238, which is the 3 grants, what they totaled, and the amount of money, 267, whatever, I forget. But there was an amount of money in there. We don't carry anything over, do we?
I see what you're saying.
Or do we?
So the annual amount, so the amount on the back is the
Yeah.
annual amount.
Right.
So times 3, this is what it will be for 3 years,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So essentially, it's 240,000
Mhm.
per school.
Mhm.
And there's a bit, you're correct, there's a bit left over. So we'll need to see what we spend on evaluation, and then if we don't spend it all, then we would have enough to go to as a supplement to these additional grantees.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Madam Chair,
Board Member Durham.
how much are we planning on paying the evaluator?
So we're
I mean, with-
attempting to look at somewhere between 60 and 80,000 over the 3 years. Statute specifically outlines that we could spend up to 180,000, but we're trying to spend much less than that.
Okay, I'm under no illusion that this is going to be approved, but I think this is so typical of the grant programs that when there was a lot of budgetary largesse, that the legislature put things in place that really, if you stacked them up against the priorities that we ought to have in public education, this wouldn't make the top 100 list. And I think it's just time to maybe send a message over there that maybe they need to reconsider these grant programs. I mean, because I don't know how many of them we have proposed again this year. And unless they're testing a theory or a practice that can be implemented on a statewide basis within current affordable guidelines, then this kind of thing, I mean, I don't care what the studies show, you're not gonna get, you're not going to, if you multiply that amount times the number of students, you're never gonna get that throughout the state. So I'm gonna vote no, and I hope that we, maybe Ms. Goff and I need to pay more attention to these grant program requests. And it's painful to suggest we ought to oppose them because they're not, by definition, bad. But we ought to be forcing some prioritization. So I'm going to vote against this one. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? May I have that motion, Ms. Rankin? Board Member Rankin?
I move to approve items 501 through 530.
No, just, we've already
Just
approved all but
501,
the one we pulled.
502.
Yes.
I move to approve 502 on the consent agenda.
Thank you. I think that's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Call the vote, please. Ms.
May I
Miranda?
ask one more question?
Yes, I'm sorry, just in a second, please.
I was wondering, is there the social emotional wellness and all that as a part of this grant, and if so, how's that assessed? Is it like surveys or?
Sure it is.
I think the language is psychological, physical, social wellness.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Sheffel. So as outlined in the evaluation, it's looked at as, let me have specific notes on this, let me get those. So in addition to the student disciplinary referrals, attendance, and academic achievement, it's the student's physical fitness and broader measures of student health and well-being. And there's not, as well as substance use, so there's not specificity in what those indicators might be. But you're correct in that local folks, I assume, would help determine that. But we could be really specific in the scope if that's something you'd like to see, and ensure that local district and school determinations are made, and that's not from the evaluator, if that's something you'd like to see.
So is the social emotional piece in there, or is thinking it's not? I thought I saw it in the language.
So it says specifically mental health and substance
right, yeah.
use, if that's what you're referring
Right.
to.
So what does that mean then, that that the recipient of the grant funds would define that?
So
Is it defined?
that would typically be the evaluator working with the local folks to provide that definition.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Miranda, could you give me the code, please? Your board chair is not tied on. The code for today?
Cupid with a capital C.
No wonder it's not working. Thank you. Board Member Flores, I'm sorry,
Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot of research that shows the correlation between physical activity and then mental health. And that's why people do yoga and they do all kinds of other things. And that has been borne out by evidence-based research.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham.
No, I would absolutely agree, Dr. Flores. Do we have to keep doing it?
Well, to
Because
be-
that's what we're spending $80,000
Well-
doing, or $60,000, whatever we're doing, proving what's already been proven over and over.
Well, they
The
may
question
be-
is, do the districts, once we reaffirm this for the God knows how many times, are any of the districts going to be able to allocate any more money toward this without a grant? The answer is probably not, given the other competing needs.
But they-
So as far as I'm concerned, this entire grant is a waste of money, because it isn't going to tell us anything we don't already know.
Well, they may be working on specific areas in local school districts that they might find that are helpful to other school districts. So in the evaluation, I'm sure that hopefully that will be gleaned and that will be imparted to other programs and such. I think that's the purpose of this whole thing. And we think we know, but maybe it hasn't been done in these specific school districts that have applied for these grants, and maybe they really do need this program.
Board Member Sheffel.
I just guess I'm concerned about the data privacy issues and how those terms are defined, in families. There's just a lot being written about definitions of social emotional maturity and development, and
mental health, and, you know, globally, we all understand the importance of it, but specifically, I think
I know you
some of the things I've read concern me as far as how that's defined and how that can impinge on parental values and
Olympic
such, so
person
that
would.
concerns me somewhat about the
And
grant.
when I walk and when I run, I know I do.
Ms. Miranda, I think we're ready. Nope, we're not ready. Board Member Rankin.
You said mental health. Is health a standalone anywhere in there? Like where a local school could use that money for, let's just say, their health class that they're teaching? Would that come under the PE? Physical education?
Thank you for your question. I'm just processing a bit. So those standards are separate and
Okay.
distinct.
They are
That's-
separate, so that money could not transfer over to,
So that's
Health.
not outlined specifically by
Okay.
text.
all right?
Shall we vote?
Ready.
Board Member Durham.
No.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
No?
Board Member Shuffle.
No,
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes,
That passes 4-3.
thank you.
Thank you.
We need to run across the street before we kill these things. Next
No,
item,
I agree.
next item on the agenda is a report from the Director of State Board Relations. Ms. Maramba, what do you have for us, please?
Good morning. Just
And I
from a-
was able to get on, thank you.
Oh, good. That was basically my whole report. If you're trying to log onto our wireless, it's local CDE hotspot. Password is Cupid with a capital C. Just a reminder to speak clearly into your microphone, and a reminder to board members that the Rose Dinner is this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're working on the forecast so that it is not snowing this afternoon.
Of course.
Thank you. You do wonderful work, Ms. Miranda. Next item on the agenda is an update from Commissioner Anthus. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, nice to see you. Happy Valentine's Week and happy birthday week to Dr. Flores. And President's Day weekend, so packed weekend. So I did want to just start out by acknowledging the enormous amounts of materials you all got this month. Your board agenda is incredibly full.
This is weird.
I recognize the amount of materials you got because our copier was going nonstop for 2 weeks, and the binders that you all received was incredibly huge. So the amount of important decisions and material you had to get through with all of the hearings, with the READ Act rules, was quite a substantial amount of work. So thank you for your service to the state, because I know it's all volunteer, and just watching what you all had to digest was a lot. So thank you for your service there. Just to the previous discussion, board chair asked me to just comment on this on the grant piece. We have been giving feedback to the legislature and providing them information on the number of grants, and I think Ms. Mello has also been doing that, so we can continue to talk about that with the legislature as well. But it is a challenging issue because they all have their special program that that they feel strongly about.
Commissioner, could I clarify? We don't have permission to then not grant the grants.
Correct.
I want to be clear that were we to have that opportunity, we might. And so my vote is acknowledgement of the legal concerns. I too spoke to some of the folks that I know across the street, and we'll have to see whether, as these new grant bills go through, whether we can have any more influence. I don't recall that we approved, that we voted in favor of all those grants. I think we just took a no position. Am I correct? Board Member Goff, Board Member Durham? I don't think we supported most of them, but we didn't protest either.
I think we acquiesced. And in part, I think that's, at least from my perspective, is that Ms. Mello has only so much time, and if we send her over there to fight every grant request, she's not gonna get anything meaningful done for us. And I think you have to be practical about the allocation of time. And I think you're right. I don't, we could have probably asked our council if we have a right to turn, or not to approve a grant program. It would probably set up an interesting case at some point if we refused. But I think discretion is the better part of valor, and that I'm perfectly happy that there were 4 votes for the grant. But I'm not perfectly happy that we're spending the taxpayers' money on this sort of activity. So, and I don't know, what would happen if we didn't approve a grant?
First of all, I'd need to look and see if it's phrased in terms of a mandatory shall, in terms of your obligation to actually give the grant money out or return it to the general fund. Obviously, you couldn't keep it or use it for any other purpose. And really, whether anything would happen would depend on whether perhaps an applicant wanted to file an action, a mandamus proceeding or something like that, trying to force you to cut the money loose. So if you ever want me to look, and I have not looked at that particular statute, so I don't know.
Thank you.
We do feel a bit in a bind about some of this,
Yep.
based on our own individual values. Commissioner, go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Oh.
Can I just add?
She's a very pretty child.
Go ahead.
And when you look that up, I'm curious, since this is a pilot program, it's got an end point, and then it's gonna come back again. And so that, your answer to your question is gonna help us further down the line too. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Goff?
One thing that might help this, it's hindsight at this point, but there was a bill passed, I'm not recalling what year, that, the one that mandated a certain number of minutes per week for physical education. It's a while back, and I think it was the same sponsor, is to recommend, encourage legislators, if you're going to propose something that is grant-based and involves the department, put in the evaluation process automatically. It seems like we're talking about something here that should have been thought of 3 years ago, frankly. So maybe that would help as far as filtering which grants we want to really concentrate on, and our interactions while it's in process across the street. But, the legal part of it is another thing, but it seems that it's a bill that passed. Our job is to, inherit the bill and come up with the process for implementing it. So if there was a problem, the state board had questions or an issue about a bill, that is when we would talk about it. So I'm thinking that we'd be in a hot spot if we ever, after passage, after it gets here, after rules have been developed, if we said, no, sorry, we're not gonna follow through on it. But the other idea is more important to me right now. That is, put in evaluation from the get-go. Then that way the grant money is determined a little closer, and we have more to go on when we talk about them.
I would argue that would solve a lot of problems because of
Yeah,
the,
hindsight is such a magical thing, isn't it?
yeah, it's not working. Board Member Durham, did you have another?
Well, apparently this particular grant is buried in the School Finance Act, if I understand this correctly. So it was not even a standalone bill. So we would not have even had the opportunity, I think, am I correct in that, Ms. Ruthven? Was this buried in the School Finance Act?
So it was originally a bill, and then it was in committee, and then it was passed through the school finance act.
Yeah, I can't tell. Looks like the word shall is used to contract with an evaluator. Can't tell from the rest of it, but I think maybe in the future when we look at these grant requests, we ought to see if they're discretionary, if it's shall or may. And then also I think, as long as Ms. Mello's here, I think to the extent we can be successful at keeping things like this out of the School Finance Act so that there's an open debate and the opportunity of us to comment on them would be helpful. I know that's a very difficult task, but to the extent if you just keep an eye on it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Board Member Flores.
I think because of what has been happening lately with the research that kids are too, they're just couch potatoes and, you know, they're looking on to media and such. And also because of the mental health issue where we are experiencing one of the highest suicide rates of kids in the country in this state. So, I mean, there is a correlation between having physical activity and then getting those, what are they called? EPRA, whatever they are, that when you do mental health, it does get your, those eponomes or whatever it is that going in your, in your brain that makes you feel better about whatever it is that's, you know, it makes you more happy and more at peace. And so I agree. We have been cutting too many programs from our curricula that have been and are very helpful to students. I mean, we're talking about the whole child. We're not just talking about teaching to one part of the body. We're talking about the whole child. And so that includes physical activity. Kids need physical activity. And so we need to find out, you know, what really works and get that data out here, especially here in Colorado, where we're experiencing so much mental health problems and suicide. Remember that.
Thank you, Board Member Flores. Commissioner, sorry, we've
Thank you. That's okay. I'll
Throwing
keep
you
it
off.
short. Just a couple things. I did want to just introduce Dr. Rhonda Hannaford, who's in the audience. If she could just stand up for a minute and wave.
Welcome.
You received an email from me. We're welcoming her as our Associate Commissioner over school quality and support.
Congratulations.
And so she's going to be observing the board meeting, and this is her 8th day on the job, so she keeps coming back. And so,
don't let us
This
scare
could
you.
change that.
yes, so I really hope she comes back on Friday.
Thank you.
But we're thrilled to have her. She was just recently in Greeley. She was assistant superintendent in Greeley. She oversaw a lot of the turnaround work there. So she was actually sort of a recipient of the work that you all do and the work that our department does. So she brings a really fresh district perspective for
Thank
us
you.
around how we can serve our districts better. So we're thrilled to have her. Then just a couple other things. You know, as I said, we did have our SMART Act after the last board meeting. That went well. I will say the majority of the questions and the time was spent on the READ Act. So there continues to be a lot of interest in that, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well before we start the READ Act rules later today. Just a few other things. We released in partnership, this is a statutory requirement, the Teaching and Learning Conditions Colorado survey. And so I have some information about that, but that survey is open. It's a way for us to get input from teachers all around the state on how things are going for them and the conditions that they're working on. And it gives us good information, but it also gives schools and districts good information. So that survey is out right now. And with that, I will close my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next item is a report on a legislative update. Ms. Mello? And there you are already. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, there was a question about a bill, so I came up. But anyways, good morning. How are you all? It's lovely to see you. Snow has not yet started, so maybe
Thank you.
we'll see what happens. It has been an incredibly busy start to the legislature. We are 30-some days in. I counted over the weekend, but I haven't updated my count. We have significantly more bills introduced at this point in the legislative session than we normally see. I think the hope is that by sticking to, frankly, what the rules are and doing more of it at the beginning, the end won't be quite so frantic. We're less likely to have things like bills get amended onto school finance because the Senate shuts down for 3 days at the end of session, that's what had happened on that particular instance. So I think that's the hope. We shall see if that plays out. But there's just been a ton of bills. And that is including in the education, in the K-12 education space. We have 61 bills already.
Have you counted which ones are grants?
Those are all on your chart that goes in the weekly update that I send. That link is always there. That link never changes. So I don't know. I'm not very good at bookmarking things, but you could bookmark that link, or someone could teach us how to bookmark that link. Probably a third grader. And then you just constantly have access to that, and that gets updated in real time. I just want to remind you that. So it's not that you can always call me and ask me, but if you're trying to figure out what's going on with a particular thing, that link is always available to you. It's always live. So I encourage you to use that as a tool. The other comment I'll make is, of those 61 bills, there's a significant chunk of them that came out of interim committees. So they aren't a surprise, right? So there was the school safety interim committee, and there was an early childhood committee. So that's part of what's going on.
But some of them have
There were more bills allowed to come out of interim committees this year than typical. Usually the interim committees propose bills. There's kind of a winnowing process. They didn't do any winnowing this year. They just let them all go forward. So, yeah, I know the lobbyists weren't happy about it either, but they didn't ask us. And then I would say the bulk of the bills are very narrowly focused, right? So they're I don't want to say they're not important. That wouldn't be a fair statement, but they're very narrow. They're on relatively small pieces of the system. We have seen very few bills introduced, with the exception of one we're going to discuss in a few minutes, that are kind of looking at some of the bigger picture issues, or that are attempting to address some of the larger challenges in the system. It's been a lot of just little things. To the grant conversation, I want you to know I hear you. I hear you today. I've heard you on this before. I know that this isn't an issue for you all. Timing has been a challenge. It's a little hard to have this conversation at the Capitol, frankly, in the middle of session. I think we need to do a better job of having this conversation over the interim, and I'd like to work with you on kind of a structured way to do that. So when I talk to legislators about it, they say, absolutely, I totally get it. That makes perfect sense. Except my grant program is really important. And, well, I don't want to put evaluation money in there because that takes away, if they found $1 million somewhere, well, if you got to do it, especially if you do a quality evaluation, it takes dollars out of that. So there's been, it's a rubber hits the road kind of challenge. There's a lot of theoretical agreement. There's not been a lot of practical agreement. So we will continue to do our best on that as we're processing things kind of coming at us. But I would hope, or perhaps suggest or request, that we think of a kind of a structured way to address that with the legislators. Let's make that plan come June and implement it so that we don't find ourselves next February going, what's up with all these grant programs and that don't have evaluations?
But
so
Ms.
those would just
Mello,
be some
we took
thoughts.
over big spreadsheet
Mhm.
sheets.
Yep.
What other suggestion do you have other than, do we target the author of each grant? We need to think more than just letting them see how many there are, what they are, how much they are,
Yep.
how much work they
Yeah.
are to implement, particularly at the district level.
Mhm.
I don't know whether we made that point, that it's not just that we're whining here on behalf of ourselves and the department.
Right.
This
And
is
we did have
hard on
many of those
districts.
conversations.
That's what I thought.
The chair of the House Education Committee has a different schedule this year because of some health issues that going on in her family. And she was very receptive. We had a great conversation with Rep. McLaughlin, and I think she's still supportive. She's trying to balance a lot right now, and I think that's honestly been a part of what's going on. And, a little uncomfortable saying that in a public setting, but it's no disrespect to her. She's doing an amazing job. She's just juggling a lot right now, and I think that's been part of why it's been a little challenging to get traction on this in the House. The Senate, politics are a little different in the Senate. So I think part of it is, what I would say is our strategy didn't work. Just giving them information about the number of grants which we thought was really compelling, didn't do it. So I would like to, with your all's input and approval, have a conversation with them over the interim about a structured process for how they consider grants. And then maybe we can work with them to create some sort of process where these questions get, looked at in a consistent way across every grant program. That's one idea. And we can keep talking. And there's, I'm sure lots of people, the 7 people who are turned in to hear my report are probably all losing their minds right now because they all probably have a grant program that they really care about.
Well, some kind of a template that they know right off the bat.
Yeah. Let's,
That's an interesting idea. Thank you.
We clearly need to do something more and different.
Board Member Durham?
I think maybe there's two. I think we do have to find a better way to approach the overall problem, but I think most of these grants have an expiration, I presume. And I don't know whether that was in the initial list that we had, whether it had, I can't imagine any of them are scheduled to go on forever, I hope. Yeah. And I think one of the questions I have is, if they don't have a specific expiration point, then I think we ought to remove ongoing funding from our budget request absent approval by this board of those specifics, so that they're brought to us at budget time, each and every grant, and gives us an opportunity to remove them from our budget request going across the street, because most grants develop a constituency, and they become self-perpetuating, either with a bill to extend them, or if there isn't a specific cutoff, then within our own bureaucracy, there's an advocacy group for a particular grant, probably from those who are administering it. So I think we need some checks and balances on that. So maybe we can bring all of those at budget time to the board, and if there's not a majority to include them in the request, then the advocates for that outside this building are gonna have to get a bill. And we ought to make sure that all grants we do have a sunset. And that ought to be a minimum in any, try for an amendment on every grant bill. It looks like it might pass. So we get a solid sunset on those things so that they get a review. And we might be able to, I think if we can focus some attention on this, that it's not going to be just business as usual. The legislature might think a little more carefully about what they want to try and do with it. So I'd recommend and ask staff to see if we can't do all that, and then also ask our legal counsel to go through those grants, through that list, and see whether any of them are shall or may. We probably ought to immediately remove the mays from our budget request, absent action from this board, and we'll be starting a budget cycle soon, I think. So, give
But
us a
suppose some of them are part of what our whole, vision is to do. So we have to be very careful and not just say
Yeah.
all in some, but
No, that's
there
why I
are
said
some
they,
that will
that's why I
help
said
our
they should
vision.
come here, and so we give a chance to determine whether they meet the priorities that are set by the board.
Yes, I agree with
So,
you.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure we preserve enough time to address the specific piece of legislation. And I'm at your disposal and your pleasure. Can we move on to that now, or?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. So the one bill that we're bringing to you today for your consideration of a position is Senate Bill 158. Your legislative contacts are recommending a support position on this bill. The bill title is Professional Training for Educators. This was when I said that most bills were pretty narrowly focused, I think this is one of the exceptions to that. And the bill really has, I think, several key components. There's and it's very much focused on teacher recruitment, with a particular emphasis in rural areas, although it doesn't exclude metro areas from that. So it expands existing programs. I wrote this wording down. What it does is, so there's a bunch of these different programs, and what it allows the funding amongst those programs to become more flexible, right? So that if one program doesn't get fully utilized, those dollars don't just sit there. They can be used by different programs with similar missions. And then the other thing it does is create better alignment between the department, you all, the state board, and the way you look at higher education teaching programs, and the way CCHE over at higher ed looks at those. In particular, my understanding is you all have a category of conditional approval. CCHE does not have that category. They kind of have up, down. This gives them that conditional approval category. Again, this relates to programs that are educating educators. And so it provides an opportunity for better alignment between the way you all look at it, the lens that you are responsible under statute for taking to those programs, and the lens that they are responsible under statute for taking to those programs. So that's what the legislation does. It's bipartisan. It's Senator Nancy Todd in the Senate, Representative Jim Wilson, Republican, in the House, and along with Barbara McLaughlin. Questions? Wow.
Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham.
I'll move the support of, what was the bill number, I'm sorry?
158.
And I
Senate
second
Bill
that.
158. Thank you.
Any opposition? Passes unanimously.
Need a second.
Oh, I thought you had a second.
I gave
She
you a
gave a
second. Oh,
second.
okay, I'm
I'll give
sorry.
a second. That passes unanimously.
All right.
Remember this day. This will never happen again.
I'm not sure if you're referring to the unanimous vote or the fact that I'm ending 3 minutes early, but either way. Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
Other questions,
Board
please?
Member McClellan.
Just to stop you right there, Ms. Mello. Thank you, as always, for your kind assistance on our legislative matters. I received a letter from, passed along to me through the Office of State Board Relations from the Douglas County School Board, and I'm betting that maybe Dr. Sheffel might be familiar as well. They have put forth legislative priorities, which obviously this board has not voted on, but I know that we all do care about the feedback and the input that we get from the boards that we represent. So it would be helpful for me to have some guidance from this board, and it strikes me that a legislative update period of time or within my report might be the appropriate time to ask this board for that feedback with respect to whether or how we share that with Ms. Mello, because I imagine it is a longer document and puts forth Douglas County School District's legislative priorities and their hopes for what they'd like to see going forward. I would like to know if members of this board would like to have a copy of that letter, and whether and if and how we share that. So if I can get feedback from this board, that would be helpful to me.
That would
Certainly,
be for
I'm
her
glad
first.
that they shared that with me, but I also respect that that is not a document that this board has voted on. So thank you.
And I don't think we're going to. I not only have the documents, I have meetings with 4 of my districts. They all have their lobbyists, and there is the expression of their wishes, as opposed to us starting to look at every school district that
Right.
actually does do that, because it could get
Yeah, because we have our own.
Right.
our districts, and I have 14 districts, and if some of you have 30, I don't know, how many do you have, Ms. Sheffel? Right, and 30, 56, sorry.
Wow.
That's, they
Board
don't
Member
all, they
Rankin
don't all
wins.
have the kinds of organized efforts that the big districts engage in.
Sure.
But in fact, I get 2 from most of my districts, one of which is that district's teachers association and their priorities, and then the school board's priorities. And so there are many.
So that I'm getting the feedback that might be overwhelming for this board to see everybody's
Yeah.
written feedback and documents from every board.
It's our,
Okay.
that's not our,
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we meet with our constituents and hear from them, but our board priorities are our board priorities.
Madam Chair, may I just add,
Please.
as your representative at the Capitol, I work closely with the lobbyists who represent organizations of school districts and individual school districts. Sometimes their priorities align with your priorities, sometimes they don't. That's okay. And I can tell you that when we look at legislation we often have a dialogue around how's this going to impact districts. And in fact, I'm often instructed to go back and check in with them and say, let's figure out what they think about this, because that's a valued input into the process we use as we consider. So it's not that we don't care, I would argue. It's just it's kind of it's how we express that caring.
Yeah.
And our constituents do influence what we bring to the table, I believe, should. But to look at who knows how many documents and try to find the commonalities, for example, might be a tad bit overwhelming. Board Member Goff?
Yeah, it's already been said in a way, but their organization, CASB, puts out its own set of priorities, resolutions. They do this a couple times a year where they come up with their group message about legislation and other things. I don't know. I guess I'll ask, do you feel that it was an expectation from them that this board would review their legislative priorities?
Thank you, Board Member Goff. If my memory is serving me correctly, and it was a long document, there was some indication of hopes or expectations with respect to this board. However, I do appreciate the feedback that we have many boards throughout the state who certainly each have their own priorities. So this feedback is really valuable, and I respect and appreciate that. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Board Member Flores?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Ms. Mello if we could get all those bills that are going, Senate bills and legislative bills that are going through, that information kind of on a weekly basis, and also when they're going to meet. That would be very helpful to us.
Madam Chair, Board
And
Member
then I
Flores.
have another comment.
So you try to send it out on Fridays. Sometimes it's 10 o'clock
Yeah.
on Saturday night. That's kind of been my pattern lately. I
Right.
send that out every week. You're
Okay.
all on that list. And that includes kind of a summary of what's happened, a summary of what's coming, and the link to the bill chart. And then
And
I'll
I-
just, the committee times are always the same. So
Right.
House Education always meets Tuesdays and Thursdays at 1:30, unless they cancel. But if they're going to
Right.
meet, that's when they're going to meet. Senate
Okay,
Education
so-
meets upon adjournment on Wednesday and at 1:30 on
And
Thursday.
I guess it's not being sent to my personal one, it's being sent to the other.
Would you, I would love to make sure I'm sending it to the right email address, and I apologize if that's not happening. And
I'll
that
sen-
goes for the rest of you. If I'm not sending it to the right place, please tell me.
I'll send you an email
Thank
about
you.
it.
Thank you.
And also, what was the other one? No, I'll just, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I hope you all have a lovely day.
Thank you,
I'll
Ms.
see
Mello.
some of you this evening. Thank you.
We hope.
I know what I was gonna say.
Too late. Board will now,
Snow notwithstanding.
snow notwithstanding, the board will now hold morning public comment. A friendly reminder is that board members cannot accept public comment on quasi-judicial matters and accountability clock hearings. We will not be able to hear any public comment on the Bill Metz Elementary, Lincoln, or Manual High School hearings, or the Hope Online rehearing before us today. For the accountability hearings, we accepted public comment for each school to the board's website. These comments will be taken into consideration during each school's hearing. Each individual is limited to 3 minutes, and Ms. Maramba will let you know when your time is up. First person, please, is Carol Eaton, Jeffco.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Carol Eaton, and I have the privilege of serving Jeffco Schools as the Executive Director in Instructional Data Services. And I'm speaking today about the letter you received from Jeffco Superintendent Jason Glass regarding READ Act rulemaking. In his correspondence, Dr. Glass advocates that the State Board adopt the newly reviewed and approved interim assessments for the READ Act while CDE develops its research-based standardized criteria to apply to all READ Act interim assessments in the future. On slide 14 of the rulemaking presentation today, you will see the options the Department of Ed would like you to consider. By combining option 2 with part of option 3, you can meet district, state, and CDE needs. The newly reviewed and approved READ Act interim assessments have already gone through the same CDE technical approval process as the currently approved assessments list. Not allowing the addition of these new assessments privileges certain vendors over others who have met CDE's current technical criteria for review. Adopting these additional approved assessments allows districts and schools to take advantage of multiple vendors for the full range of free market options already approved by CDE. Jeffco is not alone in this request. Prior to this meeting, I was able to connect with Boulder Valley, Gunnison Watershed, Morgan, Academy 20, Wiggins, Lone Star, and Summit school districts, as well as schools in Denver, to name a few. All have expressed similar interest in having these additional approved READ Act assessments adopted by the state board. Jeffco, along with many other districts, encourages the state board to add the newly approved interim assessments to the list for READ Act. The board's actions will provide districts greater flexibility to meet their students' needs. Another benefit would be potentially reducing the amount of time students and teachers spend on testing to give increased time for instruction. There would also be a significant cost savings for schools if they can use an assessment they have already purchased to meet READ Act requirements. The CDE interim assessment list can still be revised once the new CDE criteria for adoption has been established, but delaying the addition of new interim assessments will deny teachers and students important resources to support their reading instruction in the interim. So in summary, approving the additional assessments reinforces the free market process. It provides the opportunity to reduce the time students spend testing, and it could save money spent on assessments by schools. Thank you for your consideration in this matter and your continued support of Colorado districts and schools.
Thank you. Callie Nichols?
Hello.
Good morning.
I'm Callie Nichols. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just came out of a meeting, so I'm not well prepared, but I'm going to go for it anyway. I'm here to talk about the rulemaking on professional development requirement in the READ Act. And I know they're looking at taking out the language of CDE approved. And Colorado Kid has a few concerns around this rulemaking. When we focus on a syllabus and whether the teacher took an end of class assessment, we find it can be very difficult to determine the content from a syllabus. It's also very difficult to determine the depth of instruction into each topic of the foundations of reading and how well that instruction was and whether it really focused on the science of reading or not. And also our concern is when we look at each individual program and look at each teacher, what they submit as their proof for passing the test, we feel like there needs to be some type of rubric so that the approval process isn't reliant on a specific person at CDE saying, yes, that class is approved, because people at CDE come and go, they retire, they change jobs, and we feel like it needs to be based on science or a rubric or on some type of system so that it's a much more transparent process. And it would also be nice, maybe also if it was published, what classes were approved. Finally, our concern is, we've determined that we need this professional development because we've had surveys and work that CDE has done that's shown that teachers don't have this knowledge that is necessary to teach our kids to read, but yet we're going to look at these very classes that we've said have not done the job teaching our teachers and say they count as the fulfilling the requirement for this professional development in the READ Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amy Drabani?
That was close. Apologize, I'm in a similar boat. We just came out of a meeting. I've given her an open letter that we wrote last April from Colorado Kid. My name is Amy DeBroni. Thank you. I just want to speak to a few things to add on to what Callie said. That our concerns about a lot of this is that there is a lack of teacher knowledge system-wide. When we attend READ meetings, when we talk to parents, when we are in IEP meetings, there's a lack of teacher knowledge in the foundational aspects of reading across K-3, really across the system, but definitely a lack of that knowledge in special education and with literacy specialists especially. I'm actually looking at the rubric here in 4.025, which I think you're discussing later, in what universities are required to cover. There is a true lack of knowledge among teachers in understanding and explaining the language processing requirements of proficient reading and writing, including phonological speech sound processing, orthographic processing, semantic processing, syntactic processing, and discourse. I would agree with those being a lack of knowledge, even though they are required in the that universities do. The other thing that I wanted to say is that our in the state improvement plan, it was noted by CDE that teachers lacked, I think it was 55% of teachers' knowledge. Sorry. Lack of teacher knowledge was
Lacking in
Thank you.
55% of the
My
teachers.
brain is not firing well today. Sorry. Teachers' knowledge was at 55% in foundational reading skills. The other thing we wanted to talk about was that 45 hours seems like a lot, but it's actually quite low when we're talking about learning to teach reading. I just went through an Orton Gillingham training program last summer, and it was 80 hours, and I did not feel prepared. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you. I apologize for my disjointed comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wanted to participate in public comment? Thank you. We're going to have let's see, we are ahead of time. Do you recommend anything, or do we get a long break? We have a hearing in 20 minutes.
Break.
Commissioner?
Let's see here if there's anything we could, Jennifer Oaks just left. We could do the state share entitlements. No, sorry, Jennifer Oaks. That would have been one she just walked out the door though.
Do we need her? We don't need her.
Okay. Yeah,
Board Member
so-
Durham knows all about that.
What's the number?
It's number 16, sorry, yeah,
16.01.
16.01. You can take that.
Shall I let Board Member Durham?
So I have it.
You want it? You want mine?
I don't think I have it.
Board Member Durham, do you want to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would,
Actually, explain what it is
yeah.
real quickly.
It's what we approve on a monthly basis, which is the state share entitlement for each school district. We're required to approve this by law. So the amount we are approving, I believe, is $377,651,769.37.
You sure you don't want it?
Make sure I got
do
that.
I want to keep it.
Got
That's
the
after
cents
all,
right?
that's after all the adjustments.
That's
Okay.
Right.
So this is our monthly allocation.
So I'll make that
To school
motion
district.
so I can be the biggest spender today.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Durham has made a motion to spend a lot of money. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any objection? All right, that
Now I have
passes.
16 home
Now you
runs.
get a very long break, I believe.
Do you get to do a discussion on this, or?
Sure. We just voted, but you want to discuss it?
Did I vote? I missed it.
She said
No, I just
I
wanted
asked-
to mention that, when they do the adjustments, is it $9 million in adjustments? Because we approved 377, but the actual cost is 386. Is that what the difference is for those adjustments where some have money from other areas that's not general fund?
What is the difference?
That is my guess, but I would need to bring
Because we don't
Jennifer,
have-
exactly,
yeah,
she's but yes, this is why we bring, we get updates from districts and from counties and the local share and the state share, continuously, so these adjustments are always being made based on those, so here she is. I'm probably stalling and ruining things for you, Miss Oakes. Sorry.
We are-
No, it's
don't
not your fault.
apologize.
We updated about 6 hours, so.
Item 16.
Item 16. Let me,
It's the state share payments, and Board Member Rankin just had a question, maybe she could ask it again.
The allocation is
And your mic's not
377
on.
million.
Joyce, your
I'm
mic's
just
not on.
rounding up. I'm not gonna give you
Yes.
37 cents. I'm not concerned about that.
Joyce, your mic.
thank you.
And then the actual monthly is 386 million and something with 24 cents. So there's $9 million difference there. Is that because of the adjustments made for certain districts that have certain money that isn't paid by the state?
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm still trying to find it on here.
It's this one that had all the,
Yep, and so we're looking at Adams. 16?
And here you wrote some notes.
Oh,
I've got
okay,
it.
that's just at the amount. So maybe it would be helpful to walk through this spreadsheet, because there's a lot of information, just briefly.
I'm just thinking the ones in the red are the ones where the adjustments are made. And if I added all those up, it would be the difference between what we're giving and what they actually ask for.
Yes, so
Okay.
part of that is the ones in the red are adjustments that we make. So, the charter intercept, those are payments that we strip off pursuant to agreements with the district. So some of those are arrangements that they have, the intercept with Treasury. And so instead of us paying the district and then the district paying Treasury, it's easier if we just pay Treasury on their behalf.
That-
And so that's something that happens every month where Treasury sends us that information and we make that adjustment.
And if I look, Madam Chair,
Please, go
if
ahead.
I looked at this month to month, it most likely would be the same ones requesting the same.
Yes.
So that's pretty consistent.
Yes.
But the rest is general fund, right?
Yes, the rest of the monthly entitlement is, all of this is the state share. So that is primarily general fund. There's also state ed fund and those other funding sources, but primarily general fund, the state share that goes to the districts. So that's the monthly entitlement, and that is the calculation at the culmination of all of the school finance calculations. So that's what you certify. The monthly payment, we make these adjustments, and they're either pursuant to like that intercept, which is sort of a three-way agreement with Treasury. In other cases, like the audit adjustment, it's something that we work directly with the district. And in some cases, districts, if they owe us for an audit, they will write us a check, and it doesn't show up in here. Sometimes they say, will you take out X dollars per month? And so that's when it would show up here.
And has there ever been a case, and I'm just kind of curious in the history, where we have not agreed as a board on any individual or any number on here?
Oh,
And that-
yeah, we have.
And that can be taken off?
I'm not aware of any times where the state board has not approved the monthly entitlements.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think these are all driven by formula.
Yeah.
And so there's no, I don't think there's much negotiation or even request. The amount of money to which they're entitled is driven by
It's
the
a pass-through.
school finance formula.
Okay.
I mean, we have quibbled, may I, ma'am?
Certainly.
I,
Board Member Flores.
we have quibbled over things such as, why is Denver getting $4,200 while the other county, the richest county in the district, which is in your area, gets $12,250. You know, so we do quibble over why the disparity, but on the whole, I guess it is by formula, and we agree on it every month.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I think just to make sure we have the motion right, since this is a big one. There's, the motion in the document is for a 386 number, but the spreadsheet says 377, so which,
So, what the motion is, it's this middle column, so right here, which is
386?
the 386, 221. That is what you are certifying. You're certifying the calculation, the end result after going through the school finance formula, which is the 386. The money out the door is 377 because of those other adjustments that are adjustments on behalf of the district. So you're certifying the entitlement, the end result. So you're not certifying if this district said, please take out $1,000 or $10,000 per month. That happens in these last few adjustments, and we do that only pursuant to either direction from the state treasurer or direction from the district. So it's this middle column.
Thank you.
And maybe I should highlight that in
Madam
the
Chair.
future.
No, we'll just let Mr. Durham.
I'll withdraw my earlier motion if I have the consent of the second. And then move to approve $386,221,830.24.
It's a proper motion. I can't remember who seconded. I have a second.
She seconded.
Anyone opposed to that motion? Passes unanimously. And we are on break. Please be back at 10:30, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, good.
the wrong place now. State Board of Education will now conduct a hearing in case number 20-AR-02 concerning the accountability status of Bill Metz Elementary in Monte Vista. Under the Education Accountability Act of 2009 and updates made in House Bill 18-1355, if the school receives a priority improvement or turnaround plan type for 5 consecutive years, the State Board of Education must direct an action to the local Board of Education. Bill Metz officially received its 5th priority improvement or turnaround plan type in November of 2019. During this hearing, the board is acting in its capacity to take into account the recommendations of the State Review Panel pursuant to 22-11-2105B CRS. The State Review Panel, an independent body of education experts, has issued a recommendation regarding Bill Metz Elementary that is part of the hearing record and is included in the board packets. In the case of Bill Metz Elementary, the State Review Panel conducted a site visit and document review in 2019. After the May 2019 site visit, the State Review Panel recommended management. The Commissioner and her staff are here today to present an overview of the accountability clock process, data, and background information regarding Bill Metz Elementary, and an evaluation of the school's proposed management plan. Monte Vista School District will present its proposal to use external partners to support management of the school. The State Board's consideration of this matter shall be limited to materials submitted by the district and background information submitted by the department and maintained in the record of proceedings, including public written comment. We received significant amount of public comment about Bill Metz Elementary, and it is clear that the community cares deeply about the success of the school. We appreciate the time and effort community members put into submitting public comments. At the hearing, the district shall have a maximum of 30 minutes to present. Board members may not interrupt while with questions during this time period. Board members will have an opportunity to ask questions after the district completes its presentation. The hearing shall proceed as follows. Per the request of the board chair, the department will give brief presentation providing background information on the process in the school. The district has 30 minutes to make its presentation regarding Bill Metz. Ms. Maramba will let you know when 5 minutes are remaining in your presentation. Following the presentation, the State Board shall have an opportunity to ask questions of the district, department, or legal counsel for a time period not to exceed 2 hours. At the end of that period, the board may deliberate and vote regarding what action to direct under the Accountability Act. Thereafter, the State Board may direct the Office of the Attorney General to prepare a proposed order for the State Board's consideration with support from the department. We may consider the proposed order at tomorrow's meeting. This time, I'd ask the Commissioner to provide her thoughts and then for the department staff to present presenters to introduce themselves for the record and begin their presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Monte Vista School and District and all of your folks who are here supporting. Thank you to the superintendent, principal, and board chair for coming today. We know it was a long way, and we know that snow may be coming in, and you have to go back today. So we appreciate you coming down. I just wanted to give a few overarching comments. I did visit Monte Vista and Bill Metz Elementary School and had a very good visit there. Monte Vista is a rural district within the San Luis Valley, and Bill Metz is the only elementary school that serves grades 1 through 5 in Monte Vista. You can see from the public comments that there is great energy, devotion, and support for the school. We saw that very much when we went there as well, and I witnessed that when I walked around the classrooms and saw the teachers and their commitment to the students there. Just a highlight and a strength that I would note as I talked with the leadership there and as we had our meetings is the strong commitment to improvement over the last several years to really implementing promising practices. They've worked with a number of partnerships and have really worked with us and participated in a number of initiatives that have really provided a really good foundation to start from. Some of those things are like Connect for Success and the School Leaders Turnaround Development grant. So the principal has been through those professional development, and I think it provides a really good foundation for this plan. I'll also just call out, you all have heard about the Student-Centered Accountability Project. Monte Vista is one of those districts that's within that project. And that's where a group of rural districts have come together to build local accountability systems, you know, still using ours, but also making sure that their community is really engaged in the accountability of their local sites. And so, so that has been a positive thing that has, I think, provided different reflections for them as well. So their proposed plan is really focusing on improving instruction and expectations for students. And with those supports and the foundation they have, we think that that's going to address some of the observed needs that we've seen. So with that, those are my reflections of the site visit we had, and along with the staff that are the team that support them. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Woods to give our other highlighted presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us here today. My name is Julie Woods with the School and District Transformation Team. So as we did at our last board meeting and clock hearings in January, I'll provide a brief overview of the accountability clock process and why we're here. And then our team will provide background information and performance trends for the school, as well as review the information available to inform the board's next steps. And also just note here, we've made some minor changes to the PowerPoint from your hard copy. We figured you didn't need any more paper. So as you know, our last accountability clock hearing in January for Hope Online was a rehearing with the school reaching 9 years on the clock. As a reminder, our hearing today is a different, earlier part of that process. In this case, the school has been on the clock for 5 years. In other words, it's received a priority improvement or turnaround rating for 5 consecutive years. At today's hearing, the board will consider several sources of evidence of the school's needs and activities, and the board must direct one of 4 possible paths to the local board on behalf of the school. After the board issues its written order, the school and district will continue to receive support, monitoring, and accountability from the department, and can go on to either improve its performance, taking it off the clock, or fail to improve and come before the board again for a rehearing. The board must select a school-level action from these statutory pathways. As you know, management partners can fulfill a variety of roles, all the way from comprehensively managing a school to fulfilling a specific targeted need within that school. But management partners must have some decision-making authority. The state board has the following materials to inform their decision: the presentation from the department today, as well as our accountability background report, which includes an evaluation of Monte Vista's pathway proposal, the state review panel's recommendation, the school and district's proposed plan and presentation today, as well as public written comment and other information requested by board members, which we did not receive for this hearing. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Kate Bartlett to provide some background information and performance trends related to the school.
Thank you, Julie, Madam Chair. My name is Kate Bartlett, and I joined CDE in July as a turnaround program manager. Prior to that, I was a member of the leadership team in the Lake County School District in Leadville for 9 years. I have been supporting the Monte Vista School District along with Lisa Medler for several months as they have prepared a pathway plan to improve student outcomes at Vilmetz Elementary. The Monte Vista School District serves Monte Vista, Colorado, a small, rural, and ethnically rich community at the southern end of the San Luis Valley. The district includes 5 schools that receive a state rating and 1 that does not, because it serves preschool and kindergarten. As of the 2019 ratings, the district is accredited with a priority improvement plan. The district's rating was reduced due to low participation in state assessments at the district's alternative education campus and its online school. The district is taking steps to increase participation at these two schools. In addition to Bill Metz Elementary, there is one other school in the district on the accountability clock. The Byron Searing Delta Center, the district's alternative education center, is in year 1 with a turnaround rating. The rest of this presentation focuses on Bill Metz Elementary. Bill Metz serves approximately 350 students in 1st through 5th grade, and it is the only school in Monte Vista serving those grades. The school has a higher concentration of at-risk students than a typical elementary school in Colorado. In the 2018-19 academic year, 75% of Bill Metz students reported being eligible for free or reduced price lunch, compared to 41% of students across the state. 20% of its students qualified for special education services, compared to 11% statewide. 11% of Bill Metz students are English language learners, which is close to the state average, and nearly 3/4 of its students identified as racial or ethnic minorities, compared to 47% statewide. I'll now provide a brief overview of Bill Metz state assessment results. Over the past 5 years, the school has been in either priority or turnaround. And as you can see, for the past 2 years, it has been in priority improvement. While remaining below the threshold to exit the accountability clock, the number of points the school has been awarded on its overall school performance framework has increased from its low point in 2017. This slide shows achievement results for Bill Metz on CMAS assessments over the past 3 years. The colors on this slide correlate to those used on the school performance framework. Red indicates a does not meet rating, and yellow indicates a rating of approaching. And the figure in parentheses indicates the statewide percentile for each mean scale score. As you can see, the results for students in grades 3 through 5 have consistently been in the does not meet category for English language arts and math achievement over this 3-year period. While the mean scale scores in these two areas have remained relatively flat, we do see a slight increase in the percentile over time. The achievement results for Bill Metz on CMAS Science show approaching results for the past 2 years and slightly higher percentiles than for English language arts and math. This slide shows the growth results for Bill Metz on CMAS assessments over the past 3 years. As a reminder, only students at Bill Metz in 4th or 5th grade in any given year would have growth results, or approximately 40% of the students at the school. The same color coding applies on this slide as the achievement slide. In English language arts, the school's growth results have remained in the approaching category, but have increased each year, both for all students and across groups with enough students for data to be public. In math, the school's growth results increased from 2017 to 2018, but then slowed in 2019, remaining largely in the does not meet category. Bill Metz will also provide an overview of their assessment data in their presentation, which will follow ours. And now I'd like to turn it over to Lisa Medler to provide information to support the board's next steps.
Madam Chair. Hi, I am Lisa Medler, and I am going to walk you through the review of Bill Metz Elementary from a few different perspectives. I will first talk you through CDE's engagement with the district and with the school, the pathway proposal, the state review panel's observations, and then finally public comment. So to let you know, I started working more closely with Monte Vista and particularly Bill Metz about 4 years ago through the SCAP initiative. So Katie mentioned that previously. That's the Student Centered Accountability Program. which is the consortium of rural districts that wanted to expand their own continuous improvement process beyond and in supplement to the state accountability system. But of note is that as a part of that process, they have a peer review site visit where they generously allowed me, and they have other participants, interested parties as well, to attend site visits. So I had asked if I could be a part of the Bill Metz visit, so I've been able to do that every year. And as a result, I've really been able to watch the school evolve over time. As they progressed on the clock, I worked with them a little bit more and provided guidance in relation to the state accountability system. And then this past year, as Kate mentioned, she and I worked much more closely as they prepared for the hearing and spent more time in the school and with the staff. And thinking about and sifting through the school's journey, I've witnessed the school staff establish a warm and welcoming place for students, and Katie mentioned this as well. This is something that as soon as you walk in the door, it is apparent. This is a great strength from which the school is building to shift their focus to creating more consistent classroom practices, and focusing on academic rigor. The staff and the leadership acknowledge there's more work to be done in this area, and I think you'll hear more about this from them during their presentation. You can also have read about it in their proposal. An important theme I want to highlight is the district's practice of reaching out beyond their community to solicit feedback and identify effective practices. They have embraced initiatives such as Connect for Success and the School Turnaround Leadership Development, and have continued some of these key practices even beyond the life of their grants. So some examples that I want to highlight are the implementation coach that they had received dollars for with the Connect for Success grant. Actually, they figured out some ways and are continuing to figure out ways to keep that coach on board. Another one that I think deserves some note is that they reconfigured their school day to protect time for core instruction, but then really creatively found ways to provide even more time on top of that for interventions. Okay. Thank you. So now I'm going to move over to their Pathways proposal. The district really will go into more detail in their presentation, but I wanted to highlight a few things from the department's perspective. Essentially, I want to validate that the district, the leadership, really took that selection process of an external manager very seriously. A small leadership team attended the CDE-hosted expo to talk with and meet with a variety of potential partners. From there, they invited a select number of partners to submit proposals and then set up a multi-stepped process to vet those proposals, including interviews and reference checks. Throughout that process, they did check in with the department and were very open to adjusting and taking our advice. Through that process, they identified generation schools. Once they turned in their proposal, we did run it through our external management rubric and found that after a little bit of back and forth, they were able to make adjustments, and it did meet our expectations on that rubric. Okay, now I'm going to shift over to the state review panel. We're just chugging right along through these different views on this district. So the panel visited Bill Metz Elementary almost a year ago in March 2019. You have that full report. As a reminder, the panel found that the school to be at the developing stage. You can see that in this slide on most of the criteria. I will highlight that effective rating on the one indicator that is the capacity to benefit from assistance provided from an external partner. I also will point out that last indicator on whether there was a necessity for the school to remain in operation, and the answer was yes. Again, highlighting this is the only school in the district that serves those grades 1 through 5. So, keep moving. As far as ultimately what the panel recommended, it was external management by a public or private entity. The panel recognized the existing support from leadership and from the community for that pathway, but they also saw that the school had previous success in engaging in partnerships. The panel pointed out that a management organization would add value by ensuring that the schools stay on track with their initiatives, and laid out specific recommendations for potential areas of focus, including prioritizing goals and aligned actions, professional development, continuing their data cycles, and providing ongoing coaching. And then finally, as you know, the panel will go through the other pathways and give you an indication of whether other options would be a good fit. In this case, they found the other pathways to not as high a recommendation. They felt like the school was in a place that would not really benefit from innovation status. They also recognized that the leadership wasn't recommending it or wasn't necessarily eager to pursue that themselves. When considering charter conversion and school closure, these did not seem like viable options, given the size of the district and limited options in the region. But also the panel saw promise with their current direction and wanted to encourage that continuation. Okay, and then finally, to the public written comment, again, as Commissioner Anthus pointed out, Chairwoman Schroeder pointed out, the public comments were quite positive. So I just want to focus on those last set of bullets. There's a great support for the staff and for the current leadership. There's also a stated preference for the management pathway, and certainly an emphasis on, and hopefully you're hearing this theme, that they're wanting a continued focus on their current trajectory. So with that, I am now going to hand it back over to Ms. Woods to summarize next steps.
Right. Thank you. So that does conclude the information the department has to provide to the board today. The board's next steps are to direct action, and then we have time scheduled for tomorrow that may be used to vote on a written order. Thank you for your time. I'll turn it over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to ask Monte Vista district representatives to introduce themselves for the record and then to begin your presentation. And to give you a microphone if necessary. Do you have
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Athos. Thank you for allowing us to present here today. My name is Scott Wiedemann, Superintendent, Monte Vista School District, and at this time I would like to introduce the rest of our team. Bill Metz, Elementary Principal to my left, Gabe Frutrell, Gary Wilkinson, School Board President, and the people that we have in the back, Stacy Plain, Marshall Elementary Principal, grades pre-K1, also Instructional Coach, Monte Vista School District, Kellen Ross, School Board Member Curtis Holland, and from Generation Schools Network, Kirk Banghart. Monte Vista School District is not a job, it's just not a job for me. It's my life. You see, I'm a 1987 graduate of Monte Vista High School. Not only have I spent my entire life as a member of our school district, but the community of Monte Vista as well. After graduating from Adams State College, I spent some time in 2 other districts in Colorado before returning to the district in 2002. Still a young teacher in a district, teacher in a district, I moved my way up the ranks. I had been the high school principal for the past 7 years before making the move to superintendent. Being in the district for over the last 18 years, I have seen nothing but positive change. Hardworking individuals willing to do whatever necessary to give our students the same opportunity as every other student in the state. My message to students today is give your best effort, explore the opportunities that are given to you, allow yourself choices down the road. But more importantly, bring back that new knowledge so you can make us and our community better. This is the greatest gift anyone could give our district and our community. There is no one that cares about this district more than me. The team we have assembled here today and the 110-member team that we have put together to service our students and our community back home. We have many challenges: poverty, broken homes, homeless, and others we hope to address during this presentation today. However, we will not allow ourselves to use any of these challenges as an excuse, but more importantly, we'll honor the effort to make our district and community a better place. Monte Vista School District is located in rural San Luis Valley. Bill Metz Elementary has approximately 367 students, grades 1 through 5. It is the largest district, or it is the largest school within our district. 75% qualify for free and reduced lunch. 16 qualify for special education. We house BOCES extended service program throughout through the western part of the San Luis Valley, and 8% qualify for English language learner services. Our school, Bill Metz Elementary, is school science fair regional winner 29 out of the last 31 years. Why don't we allow ourselves to make excuses? Bill Metz, oh, I missed one. I'm missing a slide. Why don't we allow ourselves to make excuses? Because programs such as these. Bill Metz Elementary has been regional science fair winners 29 out of the 31 years. Just a couple quick stories that I would like to share with you today. We currently have a 5th grader that began a science fair project last year in 4th grade. He's using a 3D printer and a computer program in preparing to have the ability to pick things up. We have another high school young lady who is developing a device that is voice activated so she can feed herself because she's not able to do so. This is the exploration and the quality of education she has received over the years in our district. This quality program, elementary through high school, has led to over 58 International Science Fair participants. Not sure any other school in the state of Colorado can match that. The other thing that, another story about music and bands in our district. Beginning in elementary, music and band programs have led to many achievements as they have gotten over their educational years. We, the home of the 2019 State Marching Band Champions and 14 others throughout the years. These are just 2 of many programs that start at the elementary age. Why? Because we teach and care about the whole child. Which brings me to our district priorities, based around the whole child, built from a young age and instilled throughout their educational years. First and foremost, we aspire the excellence one student at a time through our 4 strategic priorities. Strategic priority number 1 is we develop and deliver differentiated and personalized instruction for all students. We have implemented one-to-one technology. We have developed a turnaround leadership program, data discussion to drive our instruction, and we are in the 2nd year of our math curriculum, 1st year of science, and we are currently developing the English language curriculum and planning on developing social studies curriculum in 2020-2021. We know from our student-centered accountability program visits that this is an area that we need to grow. Number 2 is to energize, evaluate, and ensure district-wide innovation. Currently, in coaching, we do instructional and peer coaching. Collaboration, not only vertically, but horizontally as well. Not only aligned curriculum, but I think more importantly that it is reviewed on a yearly basis. All instruction leaders are trained in classroom observation and the art of coaching. Number 3 is to inspire students to explore their gifts and prepare them for the future. We have programs such as attendance intervention, gifted and talented English language learner programs, STEM classes, K-12 electives for all students, home visit program, concurrent enrollment and internships, and the most important one, we have choice. And number 4, which is a very strong area that we've been working over the last 5 to 6 years, is capturing kids' hearts and captivating their minds. We have a top-notch restorative justice program, positive behavior intervention supports, capture kids' hearts, and a new initiative this year in bully prevention. These strategic priorities are just not pulled out of the air. They continue to be adjusted and altered through our participation in the SCAP process, Student-Centered Accountability Program. This accountability system is designed to emphasize every student and the whole student. Accountability means continuous improvement intended to support meaningful learning in order to uncover weaknesses and highlight strengths to build strategic plans and continuous improvement. Expand and enrich what gets measured, so the results for students are also expanded and enriched. What gets measured gets reported. It also gives us opportunity for local boards and leadership to collaborate, review multiple student data, and review results from system site reviews directly connected to the district priority needs. This drives our decision making with input from all stakeholders. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Bill Metz Elementary Principal, Gabe Ruchell.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner Anthus, and fellow State Board members. As the CDE representatives have already mentioned, Bill Metz Elementary has been in turnaround or priority improvement status for over the past 5 years. However, I want to emphasize that we have seen positive trends over the past 2 years through our focused work with external partners. When looking at our 2019 school performance framework data, you can see that we were in the does not meet category for overall academic achievement. Our overall achievement scores are also a reflection of our free and reduced and minority subgroups, since that is the majority of our population. Growth scores are in the approaching category for English language arts and English language proficiency. Math scores this year dropped 1 percentile point below the approaching category, and growth scores are where you can see the most evidence of progress over the past 2 years, with a 15% percentile growth in ELA and 13 percentile growth in math when comparing 2017 to 2019 CMAS scores. There are several root causes for our low academic achievement and below average growth scores. The main themes are not having a narrow enough focus for what and how to improve, and not having 100% fidelity when implementing those improvement practices. Over the past 2.5 school years, we have tackled each of these root causes through our work and need to continue to drill down not only to a school level, but also within each and every classroom. Our teachers and staff have recognized the need for improvement and want to do what is best for our students. I believe this is the biggest reason we have such a good representation on our building leadership team that drives our improvements through the distributed leadership model. Over the past 2 years, the Connect for Success grant provided us with a systems way to approach our challenges and allowed us to visit high-achieving schools to see how to put the systems into place. The Turnaround Leadership Development Grant really showed us how to actually make the systems work effectively. We had 3 teacher leaders, 2 principals, an instructional coach, and the past superintendent go through the 2-year program. The improvement efforts on the slide represent many of our efforts over the past couple of years. Based on the feedback from the state review panel last spring, we have also been working on expanding our coaching model this year, and now have an additional 8 teacher leaders working on becoming effective coaches for their peers to improve and sustain best practices. As I mentioned on the last slide, we didn't waste any time getting into the state review panel's recommendation report. We spent an entire professional collaboration day digging into the report, and on the next slide you'll see some evidence from the time that we spent that day. We understand the urgency and need for improvement and want to do everything we can to make students successful. Later in May, our building leadership team came together to finalize our improvement plan for the 2019 and 20 school year, using the areas to work on generated from our staff collaboration around the state review panel's report. And I want to emphasize that we did not wait on the next year's rating. We got to work right away. Once the school performance frameworks were released in the fall, we realized that we did remain on priority improvement status. We did everything we could to collaborate with CDE and start exploring external management organizations. Requests for proposals were sent out to 3 organizations and were then vetted by a team of 8 staff members by using the partner evaluation rubric provided by CDE. Each staff member read through the entire 27 pages of the state review panel report that was based upon the 2-day visit in late March 2019. The sections were chunked up to allow us to discuss the highlights and trends that the panel saw. We wanted to make sure everyone had stakeholder engagement and input that would lead to our school improvement strategies. In the state review panel's report, there were areas where they saw strengths and also areas for growth. They highlighted our work with external partners as a major strength. They also said, and I quote, that Bill Metz is on the trajectory to get off the accountability clock. The great news about the areas for growth was that we didn't necessarily need to start anything new, but needed continual growth and to be able to drill down to what things should look like at the individual classroom level. Our roadmap for success is a visual way for us to plan and align everything that we have going on at Bill Metz Elementary. Each bus represents an action step and one of the 4 strategic priorities for our district that Superintendent Wiedemann mentioned as part of our SCAP plan. You can see that we also added the notes from our collaboration about the state review panel report so our staff could see how we were already working on many of the key takeaways. Our district and building level teams collaborated around the best choice for future growth at Bill Metz Elementary and chose external management as the best option. We agree with the state review panel's comments about our strengths in working with past external partners. We also agree that converting to a charter school would not be a good use of resources and that the district does not have the capacity to support that conversion. The innovation pathway could also cause us to lose momentum that has built up over the past 2 years. Closure of the school would be detrimental to the community of Monte Vista, as the school system is a hub for the community. Bill Metz Elementary is the only school that serves grades 1 through 5 in the district. When the Pathway Partnership Selection Committee met to review the 3 requests for proposal, the team eliminated one of the partners due to the lack of alignment with what was needed and lack of experience in a rural setting. The team decided to interview the other 2 partners. After scoring each of the organizations using the CDE provided rubric, the team selected Generation Schools Network based on the past relationship and progress that was made with them through the Turnaround Leadership Development Grant. It was also very important to the team that the manager would come on site to our school as much as possible. GSN is willing to come on site at least a couple days each month and have made themselves available on a regular basis through phone calls and electronic communication. Generation Schools' track record with rural schools in the capacity of management partner was also highly important to the team. Generation Schools Network will continue to help us refine our processes and systems at a district and building level. However, through this plan, they will also be able to help us drill down to the classroom level to make instructional shifts that need to be made according to what the student data is telling us. They will also provide curriculum expertise in math and English language arts to ensure that we are implementing the programs and practices with fidelity. Providing professional development and coaching for our staff will also be imperative for our success. While our school has been recognized in multiple reviews for having a positive environment and culture, we also see the need for an aligned social-emotional learning curriculum to be able to address the many needs of our students. As a result, on working these areas, you can see that we've set some challenging yet attainable goals over the next 2 years. We believe that if we see a strong increase in our growth data, that our achievement figures will take care of themselves and even actually surpass our targets. CDE, GSN, and our building leadership team were key in developing these achievement and growth goals. Over the next 2.5 years, GSN will be working with us on a regular basis through coaching observations, professional development, quarterly data reviews, annual planning, and ongoing support to make instructional shifts in the classroom. And on this slide, you'll see what the plan is for the rest of this year And the next slide has the following 2 years. And at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Superintendent Wiedemann.
As we move forward, the prerequisites and decision-making authority of our external of our partial management. Number one is to ensure alignment and delivery of curriculum in ELA and mathematics, and ensure that the use of common interim assessments data to drive our instruction for ELA and math. Number two is to observe teachers and principals. Number three is to coach district and school leaders and instructional staff. Review data and make mid-course instructional corrections in collaboration with district and building level teams. And last but not least, deliver professional development to support teachers and leaders regarding best instructional practices. Before closing, I would like to give it over to School Board President Gary Wilkinson for a few words.
Good morning. The Monte Vista School Board is very proud of our staff at Bill Metz Elementary and their efforts to improve student achievement. We are fully in support of the plan presented today and view it as an opportunity to boost student achievement not only at Bill Metz Elementary but throughout the school district. And we appreciate your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you.
Once again, Monte Vista School District thanks you for allowing us to present to you today. We hope you learned a little bit about Monte Vista, Bill Metz Elementary, and our district. In the end, we just want what's best for kids. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you for your presentation. So at this time, the State Board will engage in a discussion and ask questions of the district, department, or legal counsel. We need to be sure that we're clear on the direction and conditions we request to include in the proposed written final determination, as public testimony will not be heard at the subsequent meeting. Given that we have no more than 2 hours to conclude, I'd ask that we try to limit our questions to the next 30 minutes, and then spend about 20 minutes sharing our opinions and use of our remaining time to summarize the next steps for the department, the Office of the Attorney General, and Bill Metz Elementary and the district. Additionally, should we choose to direct a management pathway, we should be sure we are clear as to the desired delegation of authority between the management provider and the school and district. Colleagues? Questions? Board Member Rankin.
Thank you for your presentation. You have what I believe since 2017, 2 grant programs, the Connect for Success and the School Turnaround Leadership. That was 2017. However, that was already 2 years into your turnaround. How much money have you received since then, and how has that affected the programs up until now?
Do you mean after? What money have we received after the Connect for Success and Turnaround Leadership?
2017 is when you received those grants,
Right.
correct? Mhm.
Correct,
Yes.
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 So are you asking, including that, those monies?
How has that changed what you've done? Because you've had 3 years with this extra money, school leadership and Connect for Success. So there must be some indication.
Correct. So the biggest piece that has changed is the systems that we've put in place. And then the turnaround, so the Turnaround Leadership Development Grant provided money for, I mentioned that 7 district employees went through that program. That grant paid for 3 of the staff members to go through college credit through Fort Collins, UNC.
Can you tell me a little bit about what that entailed, what that course entailed? I mean, it was professional development, but what was the bulk of that?
So there was lots of different things in there, but it all focused around that turnaround leadership development. So there was 4 or 5 different subsections of that professional development over that 2.5-year time. And so they would come on campus once a month to have a class, and then another day to follow up with helping us do observations, things like that. And then we had 2 week-long summer institutes as well.
So this was the School Turnaround Leadership Grant, correct?
Correct.
So then you had also a Connect for Success, and tell me how that was used and the impact that made.
Correct. So one of the big things that they allowed us to do was go and visit high achieving schools. So we used some of those funds in the first. It was a 2.5-year grant, and so the first half the year we visited Tavelli Elementary in Fort Collins. And that was one of the identified high achieving schools by CDE. And we actually took ideas from them and implemented them at Bill Metz Elementary. One of the biggest programs that we implemented that Lisa Medler mentioned was having our schedule make sure that we had core instructional time set aside and also intervention time set aside. So for example, what it looks like every day for our kids is not only did they get that core instruction in reading, writing, and math, and then in 4th and 5th grade science and social studies as well, but they also, every student gets 30 minutes a day of reading and targeted instruction, no matter where they're at in the spectrum. They could be from special ed to gifted. Every student goes to a specific targeted instructional time for that 30 minutes, and then the same thing for math. So they're getting 30 minutes of math a day and 30 minutes of reading a day as well. So that was a big systems place that we put into to effect with those monies. And then the other thing, the other biggest piece money-wise, was that implementation coach that Lisa Medler mentioned, and that the district has continued to pay for even after the grant funds ended.
So let me go back to the pullout, or the math and English language arts half hour. Was that the teacher was the key person in that? Or is that a coach or a specialist, or how did that work in a normal day?
So how that works is we have 4 classrooms at each grade level, and so those 4 teachers, as well as we have about 8 intervention staff, and I'm including, when I say intervention staff, I'm talking special education teachers, English language arts teachers, English language proficiency teachers, instructional paraprofessionals, and Title I teachers. And so between those 8 or so instructional staff, plus the 4 classroom teachers, all of the kids, which we have between 70 and 80 kids on average in each grade level, they are split up amongst those 12. And so for that half hour in reading and math, basically we have 12 intervention teachers instead of just 8, because you're including the 4 classroom teachers as well. So that 4 plus the 8. And so like I said, every student is going somewhere for that half hour, and they're in groups that are similar. And so you still have to have differentiation within those groups, but they're much smaller groups, and students are, their specific needs are targeted.
Did you say you have like 4 classrooms of the same grade? Did you say that?
Yes.
And there's about 70 students in a grade?
It depends, between 70 and 80 is the average.
Okay. I thought that was what you said.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, you can do
So
that.
class size is definitely a strength for us.
Yeah, I was, that was shocking to me, and I wanted to make sure I heard that. Plus you have all these extra people, and then there's the extra grant money that evidently has gone more for professional development, the direction in leadership skills.
The turnaround leadership one, yes, but the Connect for Success, that was more, like I said, for the systems, and then that instructional coach.
Okay, so to me that's more admin. But it's not directed at curriculum with the students. The teachers aren't more skilled at teaching the math and the English language arts. There was nothing directed on their professional development at that time. We were going more for the system and for the leadership.
correct. The systems piece was the biggest piece. Like I mentioned, the Connect for Success was really about the systems,
Mhm.
while the turnaround leadership was really about how to make those systems work.
I also looked at some of your CMAS scores, which I didn't see a lot of that in the presentation. And a lot of them are missing because of the participation rate. And you had mentioned that you need to get more people participating in the tests.
That wasn't at Bill Metz. We actually have over a 95 percentile participation rate. The only reason some of those would be missing is because our N size
N
is so
size
small.
is too small.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. I really was interested in English language arts at third, second, and there are no scores there because of the N size, but I was able to grab it in fourth grade, and it looks like between 2018 and 2019, the amount of students that were proficient went down. Do you concur with that?
Between 2018 and 19?
Mm-hmm.
The growth scores went up 15 percentile points between 2017 to 2019.
Mm-hmm. The growth, you're talking about the frameworks. I'm just talking
Yes,
about
I'm
the
talking
exact
about
test
I'm talking
scores.
about the framework, yes.
And I see where the fourth grade went down from year to year. And the only reason I noticed that is because that's the only one, and it was all students that I had available scores because of the N factor. And so here's really the bottom line where I'm coming from. We've got a lot of this systems, we've got a lot of this leadership, and we're bringing in someone possibly that is going to be another leader in this, in charge of the whole thing. I see we might be a little top-heavy, where we should be really re-educating maybe some of the teachers on exactly the skills they need to work with these students. And I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I see here. So I'd appreciate it if you tell me where I'm wrong.
I would actually agree with you, and I think through our SCAP process, I believe that we've found that as well. And I don't know if it's a leadership deal as we bring Generation Schools in, because we actually realized 3 years ago that we need curriculum. Our curriculum was awful, and we needed to go in that direction. So this is our second year of implementing our new math curriculum, last year being our first. And this year we're fortunate enough, as we've started this process, they've had a hand. Generation Schools have had a hand in the new English language curriculum that we're doing this year, that we're currently writing, and those things as well. And we know that we need to get into the classrooms. We need to give our teachers skills, and I believe that's part of the pathway.
So you say you're writing the curriculum?
Well, we're moving forward. Yes.
Do you have a specific curriculum that might be aligned with our standards?
And yes,
you do have
it's
something?
all aligned. We have a curriculum director that heads that up, does a fabulous job, and now we've gotten Generation Schools in there as well, in assisting with that, and putting the best curriculum possible that addresses Colorado standards.
I just want to say thank you so much again for the presentation. Thank you for your honesty, and I am looking for the individual student. I know we talk a lot about the whole student, but the academics are going to create that whole student. So I wish you the best of luck with this, and we got to get you off the clock. That's
Agreed.
Thank you.
Board Member Flores.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions, and I hope you give me time to ask these questions. Just off the overall question, in the documents, I read that your number of students is less than before. What do you think is a reason for that, for having less students?
I would say one of the factors is almost every school in the San Luis Valley is losing students because of the
Okay.
economic factors, where there's
Okay.
just not as many jobs.
Okay, so maybe parents are having less kids as everywhere else in the country, and including even here? Would you say that's probably?
Or moving out of the San Luis Valley.
Yeah. Okay, my second question is, the teachers state that instead of using time to train in teaching and learning, a time has been taken away from that and is being used for evaluating data. That in the past, you had teaching, you were training for teaching and learning, the teachers, but now that you took that away and for this past year, and you really honed in on data, evaluating data, isn't it possible to do both? Teachers were very concerned, and this is why I bring it up. May I have your response on that?
I would say one of the pieces from the 2017 report for the Connect for Success, because they came out for a visit in April, I believe, of 2017. And one of the pieces that they highly recommended was a narrowed focus. And so because of that, and one of the things that they specifically said that we should work on was that data piece. And so that was the systems that they suggested we put in place. And then, like I mentioned, that turnaround leadership grant, that provided the process of how to do that data analysis piece.
Okay. My problem is that I don't know how you can separate teaching and learning from data analysis. And if you're going to do a good job, I believe that you need to have both. You need to have the teaching and learning component as far as training teachers and the data to go along with that. So I'm concerned about that.
I agree. I agree
Mr.
with you.
Wiedemann?
I agree. I definitely agree with you on that. We need to evaluate data to drive our instruction, but if our instruction is not good, then we're not going to get anywhere. And I believe through this pathway, Generation Schools is going to bring us and take us to that next level as far as instruction in
But you say you
classroom.
agree with me, but I don't think you really do, because I
No.
really think that you need to have the teaching, the training on teaching, and the data really should be like this. And,
Absolutely.
And you can't have one without the other. Okay, another question is, you have 71% of your students are Hispanic. How many teachers at Metz, Bill Metz, are Hispanic teachers? How many teachers do you have, first of all?
Well, when you say teachers, I include all instructional staff, including paraprofessionals.
Okay, but
because
just teachers.
I would say around 30, something like that.
30
It might be
teachers.
a little bit less than that.
Okay, maybe 28? 28 teachers, maybe? But of these 28 teachers, how many are Hispanic?
I can count if you give me a second.
Okay.
I believe 8.
8. 8 out of 28 are Hispanic, and your population is 71 to 74% Hispanic. Okay. Does the curriculum include Hispanic culture and language culture, which I believe is intertwined? Does that include? And I'm not specifically saying that you teach, the Spanish language, but that those big concepts that we learn in anthropology are taught, dealing with culture in the curriculum. Are they intertwined in the curriculum?
Yes, they are included in the English language arts and the social studies curriculum.
And how are they included?
A lot of the trade books that our teachers do with the kids are
Textbooks?
multicultural. Yes.
And what is the curricula? Do you know the name?
So the reading currently, it's Making Meaning is the name of the program that we use for reading. But as
Meaning.
Superintendent Wiedemann said, we're going through the process of of making sure that that's aligned to the state standards, and so that may not be the resource that's used in the future.
Okay, thank you. So you're really thinking about possibly adding more of that into the curriculum, is that correct?
So
If
the
it's
biggest,
not-
yeah, the biggest piece is making sure that obviously if whatever we choose for our reading curriculum, it has to be approved under the READ Act.
Okay, has to be approved. And also, I mean, the research, extant research does show that if kids do better if they see themselves
Oh,
in the
absolutely.
curricula. So
Absolutely.
this is why I'm asking this very important question. I also am asking, should grades 1 through 2 use binders? I mean, most of the teachers said that was kind of a piece that was not really making any difference to kids. Shouldn't that time maybe be used in discussions, open discussions with early children? I find that that's would be more advantageous, I guess, to learning those concepts if they need it. I mean, because kids can't really, they're writing, but their thought is difficult. And I know that kids need to write, and they should be writing probably an essay a week, but is this the time to do that, when they should be really talking about who they are and what they're about?
They're doing that. Those student data binders were something that Tavelli, the high achieving school that we visited, something that they had implemented. And we heard this through our SCAP visits, is
Right.
that we have to have students take ownership of their learning, and
Right.
those student data binders are about that and setting goals. And so no matter what age the student is, they can set goals. Now, it looks very different at each grade level. For
Right.
example, a first grade student data binder has things like letters and letter sounds. And so, like, for example,
Right.
when they are doing that with proficiency, they get to color that letter in that they've met that. And so it doesn't, they're not looking at different kinds of.
But the teachers, excuse me for interrupting, but the teachers are telling you that it is not working. So maybe there's another tack. You should ask your teachers what other means they could use to make that a more profitable time for kids to learn. So there was a big lash about it's not working in grades first through second grade. Okay, but you've explained, and maybe it worked at that other school because the kids they were more literate, maybe, and they were able to do that. But maybe that wouldn't be the case at your school where, you probably need to have discussions, open discussions between teacher and students. Okay, my next question is, I wanted to learn about this whole thing about evaluating. How do you do evaluations through Google Docs? And along with that, how do administrators have time? I mean, it's stated that the reason for using Google Docs, and I wanted an explanation on Google Docs, that they don't have time to evaluate teachers. If you have 30 teachers a year, 30 teachers, you can evaluate teachers, 30 teachers. I used to do that. So I'm sure you could do that.
Yes, I do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
30
and we
teachers.
We use the Randa program is what we use.
No, but you're using Google Docs because you say that you don't have time
Yeah.
to evaluate teachers. And so explain to me, what is Google Docs? How does it work?
So with the instructional coaches, as I mentioned, we have 8 teacher leaders that are being trained this year, and we have currently 7 instructional people that do that peer coaching, as well as myself and Mrs. Plain, the principal
Right.
at Marsh. And so we all have access to that Google document in order to coach. And so we write things in that document. It's a running document. It's actually a spreadsheet, a Google spreadsheet. But that's for the instruction. That's not for the evaluation piece. That's for the instructional coaching.
Okay, instructional coaching and evaluation sort of go together, and the teachers are concerned that they're not given a face-to-face evaluation or an end of evaluation, that it is written down and then they don't get to tell you, there's not a back and forth feedback, which I think should be in an honest evaluation. At the end should be a back and forth, and Google Docs, and then to have teachers use Google Docs for their lesson plans. Where does this come from? Does Google Docs really make plans? I mean, for teachers to teach the Colorado academic standards?
No, they don't make plans. It's just a place that if they choose to use that they can. Just like
So
a Word
it's-
document, or if they put their lesson plans in a Word document. It's just a place to store their
Okay,
lesson
so
plans.
Google Docs is not the curriculum. Google
No.
Docs
Oh, no.
is an instrument that you
Correct.
use
Correct.
for you to use to deliver the thing.
It's like a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Board
I
Member
mean,
Flores, I'm gonna
this-
ask you, I know you've got some more
No,
questions.
it's my last question.
Promise.
My last question, yes, I promise. So, I don't know, teachers do say that they are not getting to teach, social studies, science, and math, even though I did see that you did get a good grade okay grade on science. What's the whole thing when teachers say they're not teaching math, they don't have time to teach math, or you're not allowed, administration doesn't give them time for teaching social studies and science and math? What's that about?
They do have time to teach those, and
So
fourth-
why do they say that they don't?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because they have time in the schedule, if you look at our master schedule
Right.
on a daily basis, that they have time to do that. And in 4th and 5th grade, it looks a little bit different. In fact, the students are, there's one teacher at each one of those grades that does science, and they see all the kids for science. And then one teacher for social studies that does all the 4th graders for social studies, for example. And same thing in 5th grade. In 1st through 3rd grade, they teach all the subjects, and so they're teaching their homeroom all of the core subjects.
Okay.
Thank you. Board
Did
Member
you,
Goff.
did you get to read the state review panel recommendation form?
Yes, that was that was the document that our entire staff read through.
Very good. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Goff.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this will be quick for you. Can you talk to me a little bit about when you mentioned horizontal articulation? How does that work are you talking between the two elementary buildings, or are you talking district-wide? I mean, you've got one elementary school that we're discussing today. Your other is an online, multi-district or online situation. Are you talking about getting together?
Yeah, so
grade
when
level
I
to
talk
grade
about
level?
horizontally, I'm talking about all 4th graders meeting. When I'm talking about vertically, I'm talking K through 12, all buildings,
Okay.
and including our Byron Singh Delta and Ola Online Academy.
I was just hooked on the horizontal.
Yeah.
and So I wanted to be clear about what your meaning was behind that. Also, our materials, your on the clock situation, so we're at 5 years. There was mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, mentioned that it was in year 1 where the participation rate was a problem. How is that fitting in here with, I'd kind of like to ask you about is there a current issue with participation? has your work with external partner and such, your in district work,
Yeah, I think I can.
corrected some of that? What's happening?
So I think I can address that from a district standpoint, and really where the low participation comes is from our Byron Searing, Delta Center, and our online academy. That's where that and that brings down the whole district. Now, I know that's not about the district, but it's about Bill Metz, but it is about the district and that. So we've put some plans in place with the new director at that school to build relationships with those kids to make sure that we're participating on those things.
That's all I need. Thank you. Oh gosh, the last one. I think maybe we need a correction. I believe the 71% of your school population referred to the free and reduced lunch, and then there was.
75.
Is that right?
75.
Well, in the 70s. I'm getting used to what that means too. So, apparently. But the percentage of English language learners was 20s, or was that, am I off? Was that about right? 20 something?
This English language learners was about 8% this year, was about 11% the previous year. Special ed
Okay.
was around 20%.
Should be fine.
So two different, I mean, there may
Right.
be some
Well-
overlap, but there may not. It may be different groups of kids.
I just wanted to be straight on
If you
where
go
Spanish-speaking English language
and-
learners are different. That's not the same population of percents necessarily as some of these others, so I need to be clear on that.
Correct.
In the sense, thinking through about your plans, your attention to academic rigor, sorry, and expectations that are set and so forth, and just how you all in your teaching and professional staff and your management partner, how it's working where all of these things intertwine, and I'm not really being rhetorical, but I realize it's a question you don't just answer. But I appreciate your efforts on that, and I think it's really important to take note of how things have improved, and the participation rate was one of my first questions about that. Where is that? Has it changed? Is it better? Regardless of what the overall feeling about participation is, it doesn't matter. Is it, have you learned something about, does that impact people's impressions and willingness to work on the school's projects and work and stuff like that? So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Schaffel.
Thank you for your presentation. Did you say how much money, additional funds you had received since 2017 with the 2 grants?
So the turnaround leadership grant, so the total is around 350,000 between the 2 grants.
Okay, thank you. What do you think really needs to be done to move the achievement for your students? When we look at all this language and alignment, professional development, systems, and all this, when you really look at it and you distill it down, what do you think is the impediment for really moving the achievement of these students? You could make the argument, it's a fairly small school, 350 students, about 70 per grade, and you have a good ratio of students, teachers. What do you think really is missing here? I think what you've suggested in your plan is more time is needed. Is that really right? Do you have a thought on that?
I think it's not only the more time piece, but I think the biggest difference between our past work with the external partner and the new plan is drilling down to the individual classroom level. So not just putting systems in place at a school-wide level, but also drilling down to the individual classroom level and giving some of that professional development and specific coaching to individual teachers. Because there's that turnaround leadership grant, only 7 of us, there was only money for 7 of us to participate in that. Now through the Pathways plan, every single member at the school will be part of that participation.
And just follow. So what's the plan to get in every classroom? Because I didn't see a real clear path. What are you going to do in every classroom that's going to change the instructional minutes and what happens there for each of these students?
So the biggest piece is that professional development, and then followed up by that coaching.
And the classroom observation.
Yeah,
And
those
what-
observations.
And do you have clear in your mind what professional development you're going to do? Around what?
So,
'Cause we always do that.
Right. So it's specifically around that English language arts program and curriculum that the team, the K-12 team, is working on with that vertical alignment piece. And so specifically around that, and then PSYOP engagement strategies to make sure all students are engaged, and continued work on not only, and I agree with your statement that the data, it's not separate. It absolutely has to. You look at the data to determine what to do next with the kids.
Well, I would just say, I appreciate that. I would just say that just listening to your presentation and looking at these materials, I don't have good confidence that you're really gonna be able to move these achievement scores, and I'd love to have confidence. But when I hear 30 minutes of instructional time in reading and 30 in math, is
Oh,
that
that-
it?
no, that's just the
That's
intervention. That's just
Oh,
the
that's
intervention.
Every kid gets
So
intervention.
that the core time, they get 90 minutes of reading, 60 of writing, and then between 60 and 90 of math, depending on the grade level, every day. That's the core. Then the additional 30 minutes is just for that targeted instruction.
So that's tier 2 and tier 3.
Correct.
Okay, and do you have clear what interventions you're using that they have a high likelihood of working?
Yes.
What
So
are
in reading, the intervention that we use is on the approved list for the READ Act. Linnemood Bell is that program. So we use Seeing Stars and Visualizing and Verbalizing are the two programs that we use for Linnemood Bell. All of our staff have been trained on that and continue to be trained on that as we get new staff members each year. So we use that for that time period each day. And then on math, we use a program called iReady that helps us drill down to the individual student and what they need.
Okay, well, maybe you're putting some good things in place then in details, because I appreciate your presentation, but when I look at general words like alignment and structure and professional development, social emotional learning and strategies and accountability, no one could argue with any of that language, but unless your best leverage points are time, and if you've laid aside 90 minutes plus 30, if it's used well, there is no reason why you shouldn't be moving those students exponentially more than 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. And I don't know why we haven't had greater growth in the past, but I hope that you can really accelerate growth now. And when you mentioned that your current ratings have to do with minority status and free and reduced lunch, you know, students who are fully English proficient outperform other demographic groups. And so to say that the minority status and free and reduced lunch would explain the scores really is not really true. I mean, I know those populations are challenging, all populations are challenging, but in reality, if instruction is excellent, if time is there, if teachers are actually implementing with fidelity research-based programs that align to the standards, there's no reason that these students wouldn't move quickly, grades 1 to 5. So I wish you well in the work, and
And I would agree.
I want to be very hopeful.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And if we were not making excuses that that's a reason, we're just saying that whatever those subgroups score is going to be our overall score most likely because they are so large. We're definitely not making excuses that they can't get there.
Right.
We believe that they can.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I particularly appreciate the clarification about the relatively modest proportion of students that are included in the growth numbers due to transiency rates. And it sounds like that's one of the challenges that you face in your community. So every school, every district has its challenges and its advantages. For example, your ratio of teacher to student sounds like a great advantage for you. But that transiency rate sounds like something that may pose one of the challenges that you face as you look to bring the achievement numbers up. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to touch on that, and also to kind of elaborate. You did include some of this in the materials that we have, but I wondered if you would want to touch on how it is that your management or proposed management partner would be particularly well suited to work with the advantages and the challenges that Bill Metz campus faces.
Well, I think the biggest piece why Generation Schools Network was selected is because of their past experience with rural schools similar to ours, and the past relationships that we've built through the Turnaround Leadership Grant, and we definitely would not have selected them if we didn't see that growth over the past couple years that we have in that growth area with those percentiles increasing.
And I just want to note that I did notice that your achievement scores are up from the low point, but you've seen a little bit of bouncing around. How much of that do you think is due to the challenge that you are testing smaller populations? So by the nature of the fact that you're testing a fewer number of children, any kid who's having a bad testing day or having a particular challenge may have a greater impact on the overall outcome than you might see with a larger, more stabilized population. And that's influenced again probably by your rate of transiency, which is not something that you control. Did you want to speak to that challenge? I am happy to see that the scores are at least still consistently up from that low point. So maybe some of that is due to that half hour a day of really individualized, differentiated instruction in English language arts and in math. But I wanted to give you a chance to speak to the way that those challenges may impact the data that we see.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that those are definitely challenges that we have to deal with. One of the other factors, I think, is anytime, well, if you look at the English language arts, there wasn't a dip last year, but in math there was. And anytime you adopt a new program, you are learning a new program. And so math last year was the first year of that new program. And so we did see a little bit of a dip. They call it the implementation dip.
Yeah.
And so we do expect those numbers to go back up, and with what our local data is saying, that will happen. But our English language arts actually increased each year over the past 2 years.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Board Member Durham, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Frutel, could you describe in as much detail as possible what you expect to be taught in the aligned social and emotional learning criteria?
One of the biggest challenges that we have to work with is the large number of students that have gone through trauma. And so we are responsible for helping those kids do well in school. And we have to not only teach those academics, but also take care of those social emotional needs. And so we want to make sure that they can do things like self-regulate. Self-regulation is one of the pieces that that is very important for success, not only in school, but later in life. And so self-regulation is a huge thing that we want to make sure that we're teaching kids how to do that.
So, are we talking about trauma that didn't exist 10 years ago? More trauma?
In some cases.
20 years ago?
In some cases.
30 years ago? I mean, is this trauma, you have any reason to believe that this trauma these kids are going through today is any greater than the trauma that we went through 60 years ago?
I can speak to our numbers as far as, like, for example, one of the traumas would be growing up in a household with drug use. And the numbers as far as the numbers that of like emergency room visits were, it's increased exponentially over the past 8 years, specifically in Colorado and especially in the San Luis Valley.
Are you aware of any studies or scientific data that would indicate that a curriculum that includes social and emotional learning leads to higher results in mathematics scores or English language arts scores?
Yes, John Hattie, who's a major researcher in education, has provided that data. Not only that, but lots of factors that influence education and academics.
So, Ms. Medler, would you be kind enough to provide us with this particular research study? Are there more than one? Is it concluded science, or?
Oh, we can certainly do some follow-up and provide you with.
I mean, are you aware of any such data that conclusively shows that the inclusion of social and emotional learning curriculum and the time it takes away from other learning opportunities improves outcomes?
Again, I would have to take a look and could do some follow-up on that for the board members.
But you're not aware of any at the present time?
Commissioner?
As stated that way, I would want to take a closer look at the research before I were to answer that question.
Commissioner?
So are we, we meaning the department, we're not pushing this sort of inclusion on districts that have poor performance, are we? This is not at our behest that they're including things like social emotional learning curriculum?
As a part of our framework, we absolutely acknowledge that a system that focuses on a culture of learning, high expectations, and things like self-regulation are absolutely needed if kids are going to be able to learn. So that is a part of the department's framework, yes.
So we're including that even though we're not aware of any scientific data
There is data.
that would demonstrate a correlation between that inclusion and academic outcomes.
Commissioner?
Yeah, Mr. Durham, thank you. There are a lot of research studies. I think what we're getting hooked up on is your articulation of conclusive evidence. That's, there's lots of ways to describe that, but
Well,
I will.
May I interrupt and say, there should be a demonstrated relationship between this inclusion and academic outcomes.
I think that we have some good information to suggest that that's
Yeah.
an important part of making sure that learning environments are conducive to learning the academics.
Right. And in fact,
I'm not quite finished, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Wilkerson, are you aware of this of the inclusion of this kind of material in the curriculum, and has your board approved this particular curriculum?
Yes, in fact, we have. With our demographics, I'll give you a little background. I taught in the district for 37 years, and I'm a lifelong resident, and so I'm kind of aware of the changes and some of the things that have happened in rural areas and, in our area in particular. And social and economic factors have been very important for having kids ready to learn. It's extremely important, and there are studies out there that have shown that if you're not ready to learn, if you're coming from a home that could have drug use, it could have, you have students that they don't know for sure where they're going after school, which home, whether it's with a grandmother or a brother or any place at all. Those are actually huge factors on their readiness to learn. And if they're going through those types of activities, which unfortunately many of our students are, we have to address those concerns so that they are able to receive the academic rigor that we're trying to look at. So the board is in full support of these things, and we think they're very important.
So your conclusion is that the deterioration in American society is making education somewhat more difficult?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And at some point, it would be nice to have a discussion about what is the cause of the deterioration in American society that is leading to such a difficult learning environment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I think I want to repeat what I said earlier, which is that I was heartened by the input from your community. S- A lot of input. Suggested that not just your staff, but your community members, your parents, all were very receptive to the management program that you've begun. And I also heard that it needed to be upped a little bit. So it's encouraging, because I don't think it's helpful for us to force things on a community so much as that the community is willing to embrace it. So that, I saw that as a real positive. I think the only thing that I read that caused me some concern is that you have some teachers who do look at the background of the kids, the poverty, et cetera, and use it as an excuse. And so I appreciate the comment that my colleague, Board Member Scheffel, made, that all these kids can learn. I want to be sure that all your teachers deeply believe that. One of the reasons I really support the Connect for Success is because it gives an opportunity for your folks to go to schools and see what happens. Because we know here at the table that while some of these factors are present in the schools that come before us, we also know that there are some huge success stories, and we just need to learn from them. So I'm really glad that you've had the opportunity to do that. I'm curious, you don't have to answer it, but I would like you to think about having your actual classroom teachers have the opportunity to observe some of these schools where these wonderful things are happening, not just your leadership. I've seen in other cases where that's been profound for some folks.
And we've actually sent, through the Connect for Success, we visited Tavelli twice, and about 20 of our staff got to go.
Fantastic.
Good.
Do you feel that it made that kind of a difference, that there are tools?
Absolutely.
I think all we're
Just-
trying to do is provide more tools.
Absolutely,
for
and
our schools.
I think our teachers are excited about implementing things. It's just, sometimes it's about, we need ideas and how to do that. And so visiting those high achieving schools gave us that opportunity to do that.
Thank you. I mean, some ideas will work and some may not, because they're not right for your community, but that kind of an opportunity, I think, is probably one of the strongest things that
And I would also like
the
to
departments can do.
add to that too, with the SCAP project, although we are giving data to other schools and giving those things, it's also a time for our teachers to go into a classroom schools with similar demographics and pick up nuggets that we can take back to our school and
Right.
implement.
So I do wish you luck. Board Member Rankin, do you have a motion for us?
Yes.
May I just make a?
If
No.
I could just ask a quick question
Sure.
of Ms. Medler. This
I'd like to just ask a
generation,
If you'll ask the
generation
question.
schools,
Yes, yes.
do we support that as being a success for this district?
So,
I don't know that program, I'm sorry.
there is a representative here. As I mentioned previously, when we read through the proposal and talking with the district, they made some adjustments that did meet our expectations on that rubric. There has been some previous vetting with other programs. As mentioned, Generation Schools is one of the approved providers for the School Turnaround Leaders program. So the department does have experience with this particular provider.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, I move to direct the local board to.
No, wait a minute.
It's
I was
okay,
gonna
it's
ask
okay,
a question.
it's okay. Allow her to make a motion, please.
Okay.
I move to direct the local board to contract with Generation Schools Network for partial management of Bill Metz Elementary as proposed in its presentation. The Office of the Attorney General shall prepare a draft order reflecting this action, and the board will vote to approve the order at tomorrow's meeting.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have, Counselor, do we have adequate specificity in that motion to identify what partial means? And do we need some help with that, please? I will get to you.
Thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, I mean, the statute uses the term fairly generically, but it does talk about partial management, that somebody other than the district partially manage something. So the more specificity you have given the proposal that's in front of you is helpful to us in drafting an order and probably helpful to them in following it. So whether you want to specify that it would be management in the areas outlined in the proposal regarding Generation Schools Network. And I apologize because I'm sure I vetted this draft motion and probably should have flagged that for you.
Is that a good way to make the motion? Does that help? I
that
guess
would-
maybe I should ask staff, do you, based on the contract, the proposal from Generation Schools, should we
Generation
include that in the language of the order in order to clarify where the authority remains with Generation School versus the authority with the school district? Are you comfortable with that, folks?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we were looking at the
I
language
know,
right here at the
I
same.
know. I'll give you
I'm
a
sorry.
minute, I'll give you guys a minute while Board Member Flores asks her last question.
I also have a way to reword that,
Okay.
if you get to that.
Okay, Board Member Flores, what's your question?
Okay. My question is, are you aware that the Kellogg Foundation some years ago gave money to a group of people named Quest International? It was a curriculum on life skills. And I think they're still in operation. It's a very expensive program. But if you could get the materials, you know, and I'm just talking about how that program works, because I think you're dealing with kids that need life skills, and that would be very advantageous, I think. That is a program that has brought great success all over the country, and I would say it's called Quest International Life Skills, and it was the Kellogg Foundation was the main perpetrator, gave the big monies to do that research and evaluation and training. And you don't have to buy the program, just get the information about the program. I think
Thank
that
you
would
for
be
your
very
feedback.
helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you
for sharing.
Thank you.
Board
Yeah,
Member
thank
Rankin.
you, Madam
Sure.
Chair.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I was wondering if we could, if we could change this to be Generation Schools Network in cooperation with the district, having them work together. I mean, partial,
Well, the
you'd have to define that.
specificity that I believe we're supposed to be working on, does it come, I'm putting you on the spot, Ms. Pearson. Are you comfortable with it,
With how it is right now?
with the recommendation? With
Yes.
the proposal from Generation School?
Yes, we are comfortable with that. And if you wanted to make it a little more specific, you could change presentation to the plan, because in their plan, they outline
Perfect.
who's doing what. You all are also welcome, and clearly it's your authority to add more decision-making authority if you wanted.
No,
but-
does the plan have to be articulated in the order, or can we refer to the plan?
I think we can refer to the plan, particularly here where it's got a pretty specific scope of work. Some plans may not be as
Okay.
easily adapted that way.
So, and you've seen the plan?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good, okay.
Yep, Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham.
Somewhere in this blizzard of paperwork, I recall that if there was a dispute between the external manager and the district, that after a certain number of days, it was automatically resolved in favor of the external manager. Is my memory
That's
on
correct.
that correct?
That is
So-
correct.
That wasn't
So,
it, okay.
so that is a ceding of a pretty significant amount of authority, which I think is a positive, and it's certainly shows some confidence in the manager on the part of the district. So I think that's the most specific I've seen in any of these plans, I think. So, but I don't, if we just reference the plan, is that in the plan? Is that where I remember it?
Yes, it's in the plan.
Okay, thank you.
We have read more than one plan. More than two. Board Member Rankin?
Yes, I'm happy with what we originally said, if that works.
No, we originally.
No, do I have to say
hold on.
plan?
Yeah, you gotta say plan.
I can do that.
Help
I
me
move
out.
to direct the local board to contract with Generation Schools Network for partial management of Bill Metz Elementary as proposed in its plan. The Office of Attorney General shall prepare a draft order reflecting this action, and the board will vote to approve the order at tomorrow's meeting.
I believe
second
that's
that.
perfect, and second it. Would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
We're excited
much.
for your efforts. Safe travels back. I do not think you need to be back here tomorrow. We're just going to vote on the plan that we've already voted on, so.
Thank you
Go
very much.
forth. Good luck.
Thank you.
And I guess we didn't talk about monitoring, but you guys are going to monitor and report back to us. Thank you. I think we're going into exec session. Yes, Ms. Maramba, could you?
Has been noticed for today's state board meeting conformance with 24-6-4023A CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to 24-6-4023A2 CRS and matters required to be kept confidential by federal laws or rules or state statutes pursuant to 24-6-4023A3 CRS.
Do I have a motion to go in exec session?
So moved.
Second?
because of the amount of content.
Big one.
Yeah. Frosty.
Next item on the agenda is a rulemaking hearing for proposed revisions to the rules for the administration of the Colorado READ Act. The hearing to promulgate these rules was made known through publication of a public notice to the Colorado Register. Additionally, State Board voted to approve the notice of rulemaking at our November board meeting and held an information session in January. We'll start today with public comment. Is there anyone here to testify? Please raise your hands if so. There's no one here to testify. Commissioner, staff prepared to provide an overview, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Before I turn it over to staff, I just want to make a few comments with regard to these rules. I just want to start off by reflecting sort of the challenges around these rules. I've been at the department now 9-ish years, 8-ish years, and there's always there's always a couple of rules that that are challenging, right? And so these are one of them. So every so often there's ones that really generate a lot of commentary. And I just want to say that our staff, I just want to publicly acknowledge that I believe our staff have done a great job of trying to thread the needle between sort of the intent of statute, how to operationalize very difficult statutory requirements, and very intense statutory requirements. Have thought a lot about how this would affect districts, how this would affect teachers, what this board has projected that you want, what legislators want, what parents want, what vendors want, and with what is within the board's authority to do. So we've been navigating and balancing all of these pieces. And I just want you to know, behind the scenes, it's not always easy. We have lots of folks really expressing their point of view, which is great, and we want that. But it's a constant balancing act when we have these intense pieces of legislation with a very heavy implementation lift. And so I did just want to thank my team who are taking all of that feedback on a minute-by-minute basis all the time, and then trying to thread the needle between all of that, because there are very different interests here that they try to balance. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Cobb. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner Anthis. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, just to make sure that you're properly aware of the materials that you have for this rulemaking hearing, you should have with you a copy of the memo. You should have a clean version and a redline version of the rules. You should also have a copy of the presentation. A crosswalk of rule to statute. You should have a document that looks like this, which is the licensure endorsements for the education preparation standards. You should also have a copy of all of the written testimony that was received. We've been receiving written testimony as early as 9 a.m. this morning, so we're trying to include all of that into your packet, as well as written public comments with staff responses. We were able to provide responses up until close of business on Monday, so we'll look to add those additional comments in the coming meeting should there need to be one. Additionally, there is some additional language with regard to draft motion language in the event that you agree to the format of the presentation this afternoon. And the reason why I'm saying that is just due to the heavy lift, as Commissioner Anthony mentioned, in terms of the volume of information regarding this particular hearing. We're recommending that the board take action on a few rules today, and then address the full rule package at the March meeting. And this would enable the board to address some of the less substantial and more technical amendments today, which would allow the board to engage in a discussion about those more substantial topics without actually holding a vote on the entire package. So we've structured it really just for the hearing to be in a format really to enable the board to address some of the suggested amendments to the rules related to technical matters, and we will be presenting those first with slides with some suggested amendment language for you to consider, and for the more substantial areas we'll be providing discussion topics, and I'll explain that as we go along to enable the board to consider some different perspectives. But those more substantive items don't include any suggested actions. And so the bulk of the conversation today will be focused on sections related to sections 13, 3, and 9 of the rules. These would be through slides 14. And then following that, we'd only highlight some notable changes, and then we'll pause at the board's request. So with that said, we're here to support you, and just wanted to make sure that you all were okay with us proceeding with that particular direction. Great, thank you. So we will get started with section 13, and there will be a number of different elements in this particular section that focus on the district reporting requirements. In this particular section, it actually focuses on information related to a budget and narrative reporting requirement that is now instituted as a result of Senate Bill 19-199. In this particular provision, there has been a change that has really been focused on creating a greater accounting for the funds that have been used for the READ Act than what was previously occurred under the last iteration of the bill. And with that, there's some additional language that had been instituted in terms of the provision that would limit the amount of carryover funds that a school district or local education provider would be able to carry over. So with this, the rationale is just the inclusion of some language that would help clarify this particular section in terms of a 15% cap, and this addition will clarify the remedy needed in the event that a local education provider would carry over any of those funds in excess of what the statute currently permits. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you to see if there are any questions regarding this particular section of 13.01B.
We are amending the rules that were previously passed in order to insert 19-199 and make any changes as a result of experience, right? I just want to clarify exactly what.
That's correct. And what, because of the red line version that you have is the version of the draft rules that was noticed back in January. Or actually November. It was November. So no. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Right. So to avoid confusion about what was originally in the draft rules and what changes might have occurred, we're trying to make it very clear that there are some amendments to the existing draft language. I hope that didn't confuse you.
Questions or a motion?
So again, we're just trying to get these technical pieces out of the way so that you don't have to focus on those with the controversial ones.
So good that you're putting a different color on these things that are coming in that require attention.
I think it's great. You want all these?
Nope.
No,
Just
just
one.
slide
We're
four.
now looking at 13B, 1301B.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to amend Rule 13.01, open paren B, close paren, to read, a budget including a narrative explanation for the use of the per-pupil intervention money in accordance with the uses described in section 22-7-1210.5, open paren 4, close paren. Each LEP may carry over 15% of funds from the previous year's budget. In the event an LEP retains funds in excess of 15% of the cap, the department must reduce that LEP's distribution of per-pupil intervention funds by that excess amount.
That's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Vote. I think we better call.
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Sheppel?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
7-0.
Proceed, Dr. Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The next section has to do with proposed rule for 13.01 C2F. This has to do with the teacher training requirement, and the next couple of slides will actually focus on this particular area, so I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that moving forward. As you recall, there is a provision in the statute now that requires all teachers to kindergarten through grade 3 to receive training in scientifically or evidence-based training. As a result of that, there has been some inclusion in the statute and in the rules related to the multiple options that a teacher might be able to take in order to be able to accomplish that. What we did notice was that in the draft rules, there was some language, a training option that was inadvertently admitted. And so what you're currently seeing on the slide right now includes language in that particular section that would align it to statute. Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over.
Yes.
A motion, please. You want to do this?
I move to add Rule 13.01 C2F, successfully completed a training program included on the department's advisory list of professional development programs created pursuant to CRS Section 22-7-1209, Paren 2, Paren C, and passed at the end of course assessment of learning.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Second. Thank you. Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Sheppel?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
7-0. Passes.
Thank you. Dr. Cobb, please.
Thank you. This next slide includes section 13.01 C, and this is 2B through D. So if you look at the prior slide, that one focused on the inclusion of a new element, which was F. This is actually B through D, and the request here is similar to the prior one, which has to do with an alignment to statute, which has to do with adding the phrase "in the past" and past the end of course assessment of learning. Currently, the rule didn't include any statutory provision regarding passing an end of course assessment, and this inclusion will just simply align the rule to the statute. Madam Chair.
Can I read it?
Please. Thank you.
I move to add the phrase, quote, "and pass the end of course assessment of learning," end of quote, at the end of each rule. 13.01 C2B, comma, 13.01 C2C, comma, and 13.01 C2D, end of quote, period.
Okay, that's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions, colleagues?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Sheppel?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. Onward.
So this next recommendation is one that came as with a discussion with Julie Tollison regarding some pieces in the rules.
This may be something that the board may want to discuss a little bit more than the previous. We are requesting that the board strike the term CDE approved from Rule 13.01C2C related to passing or providing documentation of passing an undergraduate or graduate course assessment of learning. One of the reasons for that is there had been some confusion about that piece because the CDE approved kind of lent itself to a question about, does that mean that it has been an authorized program? Is that the CDE approved process we're talking about? Whereas we were anticipating that we would look at courses and kind of approve them with respect to meeting the requirements of Senate Bill 199 as a separate process from reauthorization. We think that caused some confusion to have CDE approved there, and we still think there's an opportunity for CDE to review any courses that a teacher would submit for this purpose, in that they have to provide documentation that they passed a course that covered evidence-based reading, which would require a teacher to submit a transcript, a syllabus, and so on. So, so we're requesting that, but that's at the discretion of the board.
Could we have a motion and then we'll have a discussion, please? Board Member Sheffel, you look like you want to make that motion.
Okay, I move to strike the term CDE approved from Rule 1301C2C.
Thank you. Proper motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Were you about to comment?
Yeah.
That's why
I was
caught
just
you.
gonna ask, so some people are concerned that if that's the case, then anything would pretty much go. And if there's some kind of rubric that links the language in statute to the kind of coursework being submitted, that could be helpful. So can you comment on that, how to address that?
Sure. Madam Chair, Dr. Sheffel, we agree that it's very important to ensure that there's a level of quality that we're looking for, and there's clear criteria. In the section under which all of the options for meeting this requirement, there is kind of this overarching requirement. This is in 13.01C. And let's see, 13.01C1. The evidence-based training and teaching reading must have included a minimum of 45 hours, so that would include these courses, and must have addressed the content of the educator preparation literacy standards referenced in the state board's rules for the educator licensing endorsement, sections 4.025 and through 4.0212, which is all of these. So we would anticipate that in order for a course to qualify, since it falls underneath that umbrella of 13.01C1, that it would have to also meet all of these requirements. So, so I think that helps, I think, at least with the question of does anything count? It would only count if it meets these requirements.
Right. And so when CDE works with CDE-HE to approve or reauthorize teacher prep programs, are they also using that lens for those courses that are designed to teach teachers how to teach reading, or is there alignment and consonance there?
So the Educator Talent Division, who oversees all of the reauthorization programs, does follow these licensure rules. That's correct. We thought that that's why it would be really important to kind of cross-reference them in these rules, so that it makes sense that what we're requiring of teachers to become licensed in Colorado should also apply to teachers who already are teaching, that they should know this content.
So may I follow? So some people would say, well, that's the lens you've been using in the past, but it hasn't been robust enough.
Mm-hmm.
And so if it's the same language with the same lens for when you come out to authorize or reauthorize a program, and when you're using that language to look at teachers and their professional development, some might say, well, the language has already existed and it's already been used, so where's the leverage then?
Yep.
I think you're making a very strong argument for perhaps keeping the language CDE approved as part of this rule, or perhaps you might be suggesting something else that would have a higher threshold than this.
Yeah, and it's a challenging issue because language is just language. So, you know, people can actually implement it or they can check boxes. And so we maybe could discuss it a little bit. I don't know the right answer, but I'm just saying if what's happening with the READ Act has already been occurring as CDE works with universities to approve their programs, then I don't know that it raises the bar really, because it's the same language. So maybe we could discuss it further.
My sense is that the recommendation to drop this was to avoid the Department of Redundancy department, right? So that you don't have redundancies. And what we're saying is that maybe it's appropriate to bring it up in more than one location.
Yeah.
Is that pretty much how we're approaching this?
So the inclusion of the referencing the licensure rules here is to at least say what should the content of that training be. So kind of the what counts. And so the board can direct us to, you know, amend this or, you know, add some additional requirements. We can absolutely do so. But I think, though, without at least addressing what the content is, it's really hard to set criteria for whether or not, you know, the big thing that we have to answer with this process is what counts. Does this count? Does this count? And what we're suggesting is it counts if it meets all of these content pieces and that it's 45 hours. We're suggesting that for the board.
So can I ask a
Go
But
ahead.
if it counts and that language has already been used, what will be changed? You know?
Right.
Because we've already used that language when
Right.
you visited teacher prep institutions, and they have courses, and they are able to, and I'm speaking to myself. I mean, the courses exist, the language exists, but we still have slippage. I'm just trying to think of a leverage point that's positive in working with the universities to help them have the curricular space to do what many of them want to do anyway. And also without putting CDE in a position of, you know, extreme police work to actually, you know, go into classes and observe or something. I mean, I think that's the conundrum we're kind of in, because I think the language already exists and you've already been using it when you visit teacher prep institutions.
Well, Madam Chair, we would agree that not all teachers who exit Colorado University have been able to master this content. We agree that some of them have not necessarily had the opportunity to learn that. What's currently in law in Senate Bill 199 is that an undergraduate or a graduate course in reading counts. So there's no parameters yet in the law other than it's an evidence-based reading. So if the board would like us to develop some additional, you know, criteria or content requirements to make it more clear what we would like to see in those courses that count for 199, we'd be very happy to do so. But I would agree with your point.
Do you have recommendations?
Theoretically, not this very moment.
Right, but
I think we could talk through it. What feedback have you gotten from the universities? Do they?
So there's not necessarily been, well, first of all, it's confusion. There's the notion that, since we have courses in reading, they count. So that has been one of the things. And as we've clarified, no, we see this as not just that it says reading, so therefore it counts. We see that it counts if it covers all of the right content of the foundations of reading, and we need to be able to prove that, then that will count. And that is not necessarily as well received as just this notion of any reading course counts.
Right, okay. I think that the language should be enhanced in some way.
Okay.
We have to think about exactly how to do that.
So this may be one that the board just chooses not to vote on today, and we can work with board members prior to the next hearing.
colleagues, we can either vote this down or just rescind the.
Okay.
Just
The motion, rescind the motion. Who made the motion? I forgot.
I made the motion.
You made the motion, oh, good, okay. Thank you. Yeah, and if there's some more robust, I think what I'm hearing,
Yeah.
trying to understand this, not having any expertise at all, is that you want more robust language in there that clarifies.
I think something that goes beyond what exists currently, because that language has not driven the kind of instruction that we would hope for.
Yeah, and if I can just add, this is another piece that has been a little bit of a challenge from an implementation standpoint, and that we're just trying to figure out the best way to implement it, because we have our Ed Prep program reauthorization process, but that happens once every 5 years.
5 years.
And so there's also a timeline clash where this is coming together, where our prep programs are on a cycle, and so sometimes we're not getting to them. And as you recall, we've been talking, because this has been a major priority of yours, about we've been looking deeper into those sections than we have before on, and so we actually are doing some observations, and we are,
But only on the 1/5.
Right, so there's a little bit of a timing challenge where this requirement goes into effect right now, but yet we haven't gotten all the reviews done of all the programs because they're on a once every 5-year cycle. So just wanted to highlight that's an implementation challenge we have.
Appreciate that. Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Colesman, can you just tell, what's the status currently of UNC, University of Northern Colorado? We
think that
renewed
might
them
be-
for 1 year, and then what
Right.
happened?
Is
Is it still in that year?
Yes, and I believe our team went back in February and we had a positive review and saw a lot of changes, and so we haven't written that whole thing up, but that will be coming back to you very soon. So they've done the follow-up and had some positive results.
Thank you.
Great.
So we're rescinding that motion. Board Member Rankin?
Can we still talk about it, though?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're
I'm
trying to
looking
give
at the
direction.
crosswalk. Could you tell me the page number that what you're speaking about is on?
In the rules, it's
It's on
page 18.
Well, yes, but
I'm looking at the crosswalk.
and it's page 17.
We've given you
Got
plenty of
different
paper.
ones.
haven't we?
19 is what I'm guessing, but I don't know. I gotta be wrong on that.
On the finished one?
I'm on the red.
So in the rules, on the red line version of the rules, we are on page 18.
Yeah, that's what
So section 13.01C.
But here it says 13.01 C2C. Do you see that? And I look at that on page 19.
Not yet. C2C.
Crickets.
Yes.
Yeah, page 19 on the crosswalk, is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Are you hearing
Are you there
crickets?
too?
An issue?
No,
I
it's just
think so, yes.
I'm hearing crickets.
crickets means
1301 C.
2C.
C.
And that's the one I see on slide 7 that we're saying CDE approved, correct? I
Correct.
just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Yes.
Okay, look at 13.01 C2C. That's talking about a master's degree. Everything before that talks about CDE approved, and the two after that are
Mhm.
CDE approved. But this one does not correlate to 1301 2C, C2C.
Yep.
Well, it's A, B, C, D, E.
So we regret that there's an error in the crosswalk document.
Okay, okay. So which one is this referring to in the crosswalk? If I want to look that up there, can you find it? I mean, I just see that master's degree in reading, which doesn't correlate at all to this.
And I'm looking at the wrong one.
I believe this, the crosswalk document has just a remnant of an earlier version of the rules that were never noticed,
So
so
I
I
sh- I
apologize
should
that that's
just
there.
leave that off.
Yes.
But do you
Yes.
see what I'm saying? It's several before that, they say CDE.
Exactly.
A couple after, and then the one that you referred to
Mhm.
doesn't mention it all.
Right,
Okay.
right.
I have to agree with Dr. Shuffle about, the key here has to be explicit, intentional, and systematic, which is all part of what the READ Act
Mhm.
says. So I think the way we tighten up what we made a mistake for in 2012 with our READ Act is the only way we're going to get the results that we believe the law intended to make there. So I agree to put it off.
So
And
would
staff-
you like us to add those terms for your review coming next month?
I'd be
No, not
grateful
necess-
if
not
there's
necessarily.
just sort of
I
a
don't know what
discussion. Pardon?
Could I meet offline with
Mhm,
folks and
exactly.
have some suggestions?
Exactly.
We'd
And
very
there may
much
be some
appreciate that.
others who would like,
Absolutely.
who, I mean,
Yep.
I think we should be open to any suggestions that work.
Right.
Right, we don't want this to come back from those people that send stuff back to us. See, who is it?
Office of Legislative Legal Services.
OLS.
It's
I'm not even close.
OLS, 2 L's.
I'm not even close. Okay. So within the constraints, expand the expectations so that. Okay, where are we?
We are now moving on to slide 8. And this is actually another item that we put in for discussion. The draft rules don't contain an option for teachers to meet the training requirements through professional development. That is appropriate for license renewal. And the board has an option to consider some language for the following rule, 13.01 C2D. The beginning of both of these are the same. The big difference, as you see in bold, which has to do with either which is appropriate for license renewal, or the language could say or is appropriate for license renewal. The or is appropriate for license renewal actually is some language that is directly, or is appropriate for for license renewal is language that is taken directly out of statute. And so with that, we wanted to give the board an opportunity to weigh in on language related to that.
All right, I'm not sure I understand it, but I'll take a motion.
I don't think we have one for that slide.
Yeah, Madam Chair, there is no
Okay.
motion on this. This one simply is for the purposes of
So
discussion.
can you run me by that again? If we have teachers who are renewing their licenses, and nothing in the rules up till now provides scientific reading education as an item that's available for meeting the requirements?
So all of the other options that are in statute give a specific place where a teacher would get this training. University course, the district-provided training, something from CDE. This, in statute, there's also this piece is about any training that's appropriate for license renewal. So that would be a teacher who may go online and take a course that's not necessarily
Oh, it's in the law,
offered.
but it's not in our rules?
It is,
Thank you. Now I understand what you're
Yes.
saying to me.
right.
Okay.
And with those, those would be courses that teachers could basically find, anywhere and
CDE approved.
and
No.
and those could be very high quality courses. Those could also be
Like Stanford or.
right. Or they could be a course that a teacher just finds.
Board Member Rankin.
This wording is right from 199?
Yes,
Or-
it is.
Did they define the word appropriate by any chance?
No. So that's why we're putting this as a discussion point, that if you would like to see some parameters around this, and again, we're not asking for any votes on this, any discussion here that helps us know a direction that you would like to go for the next meeting would be our purpose of bringing this forward to you.
Can we,
Go ahead.
can we get a definition of appropriate from the bill writers, maybe?
Yeah,
for the
that's dangerous.
sponsors.
That's really dangerous.
I know, but, I
How
mean,
about,
go ahead.
Well, because they
Well,
thought about it.
how about a definition, just putting the word appropriate in the definition section and defining it as, approved by us to meet standards?
Yeah, our Poindexter would do it.
In some context like that, then you could leave this language as is, it's directly out of the statute. But it would seem to me that we could make a good case that appropriate is one that is scientifically based. You
Yes.
could perhaps embellish,
Well, some of the stuff that.
you could
that,
perhaps embellish it a little bit, but
Definitely.
ultimately it's scientifically based and approved by us as being scientifically based, and see if you can go at it in that direction.
Scientifically and evidence-based.
Yeah.
You sound like me.
I took
That's
it from
helpful
you.
direction, thank you.
Board Member Shepherd.
Is it the case then that a teacher can renew their license every 5 years, but not take any coursework in reading instruction, right? And there's various categories. Is this saying that they would need to take something that would align with that, or is that what you're saying? Or we could be saying, or in a guidance document, or a
Right.
rule?
So the way that the statute is written is because teachers renew their licenses
Right,
using
all
all
the time.
sorts of sources of credits.
Right.
So this is just basically saying that they could do that same type of thing to meet the requirements of 199 of, just submit a course that they've taken outside of this. Now I feel like I'm not answering your question.
No, you
Well,
are.
I'm just saying, a teacher can renew their license without taking anything related to reading.
That's correct.
So you're saying, would we want to add something that would say every 5 years, when a teacher does renew his or her license, they would need to take something,
Yeah.
some portion of the credits that would relate to in
Yeah.
reading instruction, or is that a different issue?
Well, are we
That's a
saying they
good-
need to, or it's one of their options?
That's what I'm asking.
That's a
I-
very good, that's really helpful clarification, so thank you.
Could we put
Um,
in MOOC?
So the 199 indicates that teachers need to meet this training requirement once.
Once, right.
By the 2021-22 school year. They have to meet that once, and then they don't have to meet it again.
Right.
So
So-
that's not this isn't suggesting that it's part of their renewal cycle. It's just giving the statutory option of being able to not have to go to a university or do a CDE training or do a district training. They could go online, they could do a MOOC, they could do whatever it is to meet this requirement.
Okay. Is it possible to insert something where every time they renew their license, there could be a portion of those credits that would ask them to?
That would be too hard.
We're now turning to Julie.
I don't think so.
I'm a lecturer.
Just because a one-shot thing might be helpful, but I mean, if each time they renewed, if they could take a portion of those hours to update their knowledge of the science of reading, it might have a repeated benefit and a summative benefit as opposed to a one-shot benefit.
That would probably be a better one to discuss in detail in executive session, because it intersects with so many other issues, including the recently adopted CLD professional development requirement and some specific language in the PD statute, so.
Okay, thank you.
Save
You
that
did
for
good.
tonight.
No, like this.
Was that your hand up? No.
No, it was just like A-okay for Dr. Sheppel.
So we'll, Hi,
Are
Jane.
we moving on? Are we,
If you have another question, comment?
well, I could comment on our last conversation, but I don't think it'd do any good right now. I'll just pose a question, just where my head is right now. What is one shot? Because,
I don't think it is.
I'm not sure that could be open for, what does that mean? One shot, if we're talking a certain minimum number of hours all at once, or if we're talking a course, a workshop, an experience, that makes a difference to me. I'm thinking, I'm not sure I'm a fan right now of the idea of piecemeal. I don't think plopping down a course or two or some experience every 5 years is really what this is all about. Don't we want to have teachers that are more caught up with especially if they've never had any reading training. So we gotta define what that chunk of study is. Is that a whole program, or is it a course here and there?
They're doing it in chunking, as in a cognitive learning.
I'm expressing a need for me to be really clear on what we're talking about there. That's a whole different thing than talking about a course every 5 years.
Chunking.
Definitions. That's all I'm asking
Forward.
All right, the last slide in this section related to teacher training is also an item for discussion. Dr. Colesman talked about this earlier. 13.01C indicates that teachers must have an included minimum of 45 hours and must have addressed the content of the educator preparation literacy standards. We wanted to bring this forward as a topic of conversation for the board to have, which was to perhaps consider these options or to look into additional options, which would be to, one, keep the number of hours as it is, to consider the recommendation from Case Casby and the Rural Alliance to co-develop with the department criteria for a comprehensive or evidence-based training program, or to adjust the rule language to allow for some flexibility in that area. Happens to be in the last section of that paragraph where it says and consisted of 45 hours or comparable time frame to adequately address the content. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you to see if there's any questions.
And one thing I'll just add here, the reason why we wanted to bring this forward is this is perhaps the most discussed part of the rules around 45 hours. And the question about, is that too much? Is that not enough? Should there be a number of hours? And really hearing from districts and concerns about how to actually provide this amount of training in the time frame needed, and concern about burden, as well as how there's also requirements around culturally and linguistically diverse education. So this is a hot topic everywhere we go. This is what people are talking about. So we wanted to bring this forward to you because we know that this is going to be highly watched.
May I ask the question?
Board Member Flores?
45 hours as far as a class at university would be about half a course?
It's a 3-hour course.
Three
It's a
credit
three-credit
course.
hour. It's just a
Okay.
course.
Yes, I wanted to get it on the record, that it's a 3-hour course.
Comments, colleagues? Questions? Board Member McClellan?
Well, I certainly have sympathy for teachers who are feeling frustrated that there's a challenge before us as we look forward to remedying a deficiency. And I'm very sympathetic that there must be a great deal of frustration and disappointment upon learning that we do have a deficiency that needs to be remedied. If we do nothing and we don't have rigorous requirements that truly remedy the deficiency, then the ones who bear the burden will be the children who do not get effective reading instruction, and in particular those who absolutely can't do without it, those with dyslexia and other reading, learning challenges that will be much better served with robust teacher training that includes the science of reading. So I just want to express my sympathy at the frustration that must be felt throughout the ranks of teachers who are realizing that we have this deficiency that has to be remedied. That's not easy, but I think every one of us adults can agree that it should not be children bearing the burden of a deficiency that is allowed to persist. We have to do something, and it has to be effective. And that we all, I don't speak for everyone, of course, but I suspect many of us feel a great deal of sensitivity to the fact that it's a challenge to make sure that we are effectively remedying this deficiency, and that we hope it does not go forward at our institutions of higher learning, and that going forward, now that we all know that it has been a problem, that children are bearing the burden of, that we can make sure that the teachers who are in the teacher prep programs today won't have to look back at a deficiency that has to be remedied. So I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
I have difficulty with the comparable time frame. Though that wording is squishy, to say the least. But I have to say, the 45 hours, when I first heard about that, I thought it wasn't enough. I thought 45 would be good enough for teachers to get educated, but we'd need additional hours for them to learn techniques for teaching the students. That shows how ignorant I am about what we are asking. So I went and took a course, a 48-hour course, between the last board meeting and now, and I was able to complete it. It was 48 hours. It was online. And I have to say, when I have a background in this, but I don't have this background, but I do now. And as I took this course, there were assessments throughout the course, every unit. At the end, there was a test, and you had to pass. You had to get 80% or you wouldn't pass, and you got a certificate for each. But you could do it in your own time frame, and you have 1 year to do it. And I was able to do it in a couple months, but it was only because all of a sudden the light bulb went on, and I can see what 199 is all about and why it was written. So my personal opinion from my experience is 45 hours. They gave a lot of information on how this can be taught in the classroom. I also know there are very few, but there are some out there that are doing this in the classroom. And they have had repeated work every week with their fellow teachers on what are you doing, how are you doing this, and it's effective. And I know it's effective because I look at the outcomes. The outcomes are the CMAS tests, and when the scores go up so high, you know something's going on in that school. So I would like to stick with 45 hours. And if it takes a teacher a year because she wants to do it on her own, I think this next year is what they have for learning. And it's a great opportunity. There's also other courses and more in-depth you can get. But I didn't know what we were talking about with the bill until I took this course. It's not easy. It's very difficult. But it is what we need to raise these scores of the students, and I am all for it. And I agree with Board Member McClellan. It's going to be tough for some teachers, but some are going to embrace it. The ones that embrace it are going to help their students, and that's what this is all about. So that comparable or anything that lowers that bar, I would not vote for.
Thank you.
Board Member Sheffield?
Now, I would say that many of the districts are doing professional development anyway. And so this, in a sense, funnels it toward, puts a fine point on, this is a priority. And I think many teachers would be very grateful to have professional development offered that really hits a leverage point that every teacher wants to hit, which is raising achievement in literacy, which correlates with access to all the content. So I would say that it's kind of a minimum, in a sense. It's a 1 credit hour course or the equivalent thereof. And if we can get the teachers to buy in the districts, it could be a great benefit.
So, I mean, we want teachers to learn. So why is a hesitancy in not, I mean, for the case and for CASB and CASE to say, to be opposed to this?
I think generally there's a philosophical belief that we shouldn't be directing from our position to local issues. There are certainly school districts that have really hopped on this after a year's worth of discussion.
Right.
And they are probably exceeding what we were putting in the rules. But philosophically, these membership organizations are there to protect the resources, and time is one of their resources of their membership, and I understand it. On the other hand, what I'm hearing, I almost think this is this is sort of a Goldilocks thing in that some say it's too much, some say it's too little. I'm hoping that this is just right. We won't know for 5 years whether this is sufficient. Go
And
ahead.
two, it's free. I hope it's free. And it's on their time, they're gonna be paid for it. You're going to get hours for recertification on it. So I only see the pluses. I like to learn. So, you know, I just don't see a big issue on this.
I
And
think teachers feel fairly overwhelmed in terms of the
Sure.
amount of time that they have.
sure, it's
I
not that I don't
understand.
understand that, but
I
I'm saying
understand.
that most teachers are learning, and want to learn, and I don't understand why these organizations are speaking for teachers. I mean, do we see teacher organizations? Did the CEA, did we get anything from CEA? I don't remember.
They also
We
object
did,
to
it
the
just came today.
specification.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
I think it just came in like
This morning.
Oh,
Board
yes.
Member Goff, do you have any input?
Thank you.
I will go back to saying I agree, and I just think the word flexibility is sort of a key word right
I
now.
didn't see it.
You know, whatever can be done to continue talking about ways to loosen that up without taking away any of the integrity from any one of those avenues. And, you know, I agree, combined with the CLD requirement now, this is pretty heavy load to have in a relatively, what you could call one-time slot. But it could also prove to be very complementary. It's just a matter of creative districts, creative teacher groups, and so on, thinking about how can one of those skill-building experiences supplement a lot of other things. And I think that's what hopefully teachers will be thinking toward. 45 hours, what did we say? 3/4 out?
It's
Three
credit hours.
Okay.
A course.
You know, yeah, and maybe it needs to be messaged using all
Yeah, 45 is a big
all
number.
the possible terms.
Three-
that are accurate,
3-hour
you know.
course is a smaller number.
Yeah.
I think you heard from us.
Yeah,
Thank you, that
yeah, 3 hours.
was helpful to
We're
know
not
your
hiding the ball.
thoughts on this, thank you.
Dr. Cobb, I think you heard from us, keep the number,
Thank you.
however you want to articulate it.
Will do.
Probably 45 hours is more transparent.
Okay, so w-
3-hour course credit.
we're moving on to slide 11. Madam Chair, this section actually does include language where there has been draft motion language that has been written. This goes back to a conversation that occurred, I believe, the last 2 board meetings related to section 3.01D. And it had to do with the conversation around the addition of the confirming probe.
The what?
The addition of a confirming the addition of a confirming probe, which was in terms
Oh,
of the
yeah.
identification of a student with a significant reading deficiency and the subsequent assessment that would have been associated with it. And so what's included in this particular slide has to do with the reason why this was incorporated had to do with a request from the Read Plan Working Group, and there was also some past memory of this second confirming probe actually being included in an original version of the draft rules once the READ Act first passed. And so we have some options for the board to consider, and I believe there's draft motion language for all. That has to do with striking the rule 3.01D completely. Or keeping the second confirming probe with conditions related to parental involvement in the district and the responsibility of the district to provide recommendations. The staff's recommendation would be to strike 3.01D. The rules now contain language of the use of interim assessment and diagnostic assessment and a body of evidence, to identify a significant reading deficiency. And we believe that should likely alleviate the concerns about the identification of a false positive based upon the interim assessment. So, Madam Chair, with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
And one thing, I will just say that I, in a previous life, was a math coordinator. And I was the one who wrote the language for the draft rules, and I indicated this as slide 12. I am aware that this is actually slide 11. I do have numeral recognition, so I apologize for that.
And not dyslexia either.
No.
Board Member Rankin.
I don't see where the second confirming probe needs to be in there anyway, because schools can already do that. Why state something that
No, you
is
don't mind? Yeah.
already available to them?
Okay, this
So I really like your rationale, and I would vote for what the recommendation is.
Make a motion, my dear.
Okay.
Please.
Let's see, would that be the first one?
Yes.
I move to strike Rule 3.01D. If a student scores at or below the cut score approved by the state board to indicate a significant reading deficiency on the approved interim reading assessment, the student may be administered a second confirming probe using an approved interim reading assessment within 30, that's the one is that right?
You're striking
Okay.
that. Your-
Okay,
Your motion
thank you.
says you're striking that.
Within
particular-
30 calendar days of when the student was first assessed. During the 30-day window, the LEP shall ensure the student receives scientifically based and evidence-based core instruction and intervention.
Proper motion, I think. Have a
So
second?
we're striking
I-
that from
Board
the-
Member McClellan seconds it? Yeah. Further discussion, colleagues. I think this was your issue last month. I remember.
we don't need
Board
a
Member
second
Sheffel.
Teachers are
Is it the concern over a false positive or a false negative or both? I mean, what are we trying to solve?
I think it's largely a false positive that people are concerned about. A student doesn't perform well that day and they think it was just a bad day. Or summer slump, a student just didn't, it's the beginning of the year, they, their skills aren't honed. Or a kindergartner who may not have had any formal access to education and just needs opportunity to learn. That was the main concern.
Was anybody concerned that be passing over a number of students that could use help that on that first indicator doesn't show up? Or people weren't concerned with that?
Okay.
Can I answer?
Yeah. So that didn't come up with respect to the rules, but I do think that our data is showing that the students who are performing below the cut points for significant reading deficiency are the right students. We have a very high correlation between that population of students there and those who ultimately are in the lowest performance category on CMAS.
Okay. So it's really the other issue.
Right.
False positive.
Right.
Thank you.
So,
Board Member Flores?
thank you, forgive me, Madam Chair. So I'm asking, I thought that the stakeholders wanted to have a second, just in case, that the first one. Now, we're now removing it from, is that what we're doing?
Yes, that is what we're recommending. We think, though, that the other provisions that we noted here could help alleviate that concern. So the way that the rules now state a significant reading deficiency is indicated is that interim assessment, scoring below the cut point, and then followed up by a diagnostic assessment.
Okay.
So with the notion of if the student then doesn't score, below any cut points on the diagnostic, that would probably give the teacher pause to go back to the original and say, why was that? Why did the interim assessment show a deficiency in phonemic awareness, and yet the diagnostic is not showing any problem there? Maybe that was a false positive. So they can use that to say, maybe this really wasn't a reading deficiency, so it's part of kind of the whole process to identify.
Okay, so we're talking about a process now where there really is two.
Correct.
Correct, but one of them is the diagnostic
Okay.
assessment.
Very good, thank you.
Mhm.
Call the vote, please.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Proceed, sir.
Moving on to section 9.0, which focuses on the approved interim reading assessments. The list that you are seeing right now is the slide that we showed in the previous presentations that we've had with you. This slide includes a list of the currently approved assessments. Those with a star on them are updated versions that were submitted through a review process that was required by House Bill 1813-93. The three that are below include proposed additions of 3 additional vendors. And so in terms of section 9.01, this again is provided an opportunity for the board to consider some options related to the addition of assessments. The board could look to keep the assessment list as it has been currently approved. The board could look to add newly reviewed and proposed assessments, so that would include all of the assessments that were listed in the previous slide. Or the board could vote to temporarily keep the list of currently approved assessments and direct the department to continue to work with the board on criteria for interim assessments. And the staff's recommendation would be the third one, and part of the rationale for that would be that the Dyslexia Working Group will have recommendations forthcoming in July, and they may have recommendations for criteria for interim assessments. And there have been some concerns raised by parents about the quality of the approved assessments with respect to identifying markers of dyslexia. Additionally, if the board were to adjust the list now and the Dyslexia Working Group recommendations had merit, there may be an opportunity for some confusion with respect to changing list in a short span of time. So there may be some additional considerations as well in addition to the fact that as a result of the changes in Senate Bill 19-199, there is a requirement for the department to develop a measurement to effectively identify growth to standard as it relates to students reading in grades kindergarten through grade 3. A fluctuation in assessments or the number of assessments may have an impact on that development as well. Nonetheless, there is an alternate perspective to this in the fact that the list has remained the same since 2014, and Jefferson County Public Schools submitted a letter in support of one of those assessments that they would like to see added to the list of assessments. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you to see if there are any questions.
Board Member Schaffel.
If a parent is in a district, there are a lot of comments, for example, on iReady in the comments. For parents in a district where they're using iReady to identify these students for services under the READ Act, and it is felt that the iReady test doesn't really identify the students very well. Does the parent have any recourse? Can they ask for a different assessment? Because some of these assessments, I think, are better than others, and you're trying to, use a set criteria without being too narrow. But some of these assessments don't serve the identification piece as well as others. So is there a parent recourse for that?
Yeah. I don't believe that there's a parent recourse in the statute per se. Certainly, there would be a parent recourse in the way that there would be any other typical parent recourse that would occur within a school district, and I think it would have to do with whether or not the school district either had an alternate assessment available or actually was interested and willing to procure one.
Can I have a motion, please, by the way?
But the stakeholders did say the same thing that you're saying, Dr. Deb, that they said that the iReady, any of the stakeholders said that it wasn't a good assessment.
Mm-hmm.
But
So may I ask a follow-up?
No, you can make a motion, and then you may ask a
All right.
follow-up, please.
Let's see. I move to temporarily keep the approved list and direct the department to work with the board on additional criteria. Is that a proper motion?
Yeah, what's the part about striking on this list?
So the The assessments that are listed here, 9.01C, 9.01H, 9.01J, those would be the new additions.
Right, we're trying to
And so we would
say-
say strike those because
Right.
they are kind of, we included them in the rules, so if you don't want to include those new ones, you need to strike those three.
So it's the second one, I think. Board Member Shepherd.
If you're
keep
wanting
the
to temporarily
improvements.
keep that, you would, if she's reading the correct motion, you would just need to keep reading.
Keep reading.
Okay.
And
And
say
temp-
strike those, yeah.
And to temporarily keep the approved list and direct the department to work with the board on additional criteria by striking the following rules. 9.01 C, H, J.
Is that you?
Is that correct?
Proper motion, do I have a second? Board Member Rankin seconded. Now discussion.
Yeah, just
Yes, now you may speak, sorry.
So these three additional assessments, do they address someone's concern that some of the current assessments without those three are not psychometrically rigorous enough or do not have the predictive value that would be more beneficial? Is that, what do we gain by having these three additional assessments?
So these three additional assessments met the criteria that is currently in place that the current assessments have met.
Okay.
And so they went through the same review process and were approved under that. I guess what we're suggesting is that, is that criteria still something that the board would like us to use, or would you like us to add some additional criteria for that review process?
Sounds like you need to.
And you may desire to do that with
Didn't you say that the
respect
READ Act
to.
requires you to re-look at it?
Yes,
Did I hear that right?
181393 required that revision process
Okay.
to occur on a regular basis. What we're suggesting too is some additional criteria may emerge from the dyslexia working group that you may want to consider. Or any other criteria that you have.
Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I've asked this a million times, and you've answered it a million times. However, are these in ranked order of the best one that parallels and aligns with the READ Act? I can understand a district saying, well, we just bought this other program, can't we use it? We're spending a lot of money. However, if it's not aligned to 199, we can't make this list ongoing forever. We did that in 2012. It didn't work. So I want to know if these are the ones currently approved. Are they in ranked order?
Madam Chair? No, they're in alphabetical order right now. They weren't reviewed in the way of saying how high did they, or in a way that would allow ranking. Instead, it was, here's the criteria, did they meet that criteria?
Yes, no.
We don't have a surpassing the criteria.
It's competency based.
If that's something that you would like us to consider in a review process,
Absolutely.
we can
Absolutely. I've
look
wanted it
into
for a
that.
while. Now I'm going to
Mhm.
ask it one more time.
Okay.
But I think that in the long run, that's going to be good, because if I was a superintendent and I just had X amount of dollars, I'm rural, I can only spend it once, I would go with something that I know isn't going to be thrown out 2 years from now because something else has come along. If I have to buy something new, I want to buy the best.
Board Member Shepherd.
So in my experience, at least, I don't know the one, but I know the other two, and they're good assessments.
Mhm.
So why wouldn't we add these to the list? Is it because you're saying that the criteria isn't rigorous enough, and that if we rethought the criteria, maybe they wouldn't end up, or maybe something else wouldn't be on the list? Or, I mean, I guess I'd like good assessments to be on the list.
Absolutely, and the way that we're proposing this is that it really is a temporary kind of pause in this process, so that we can work with you on that criteria to ensure that what's currently on the list is really meeting the rigorous requirements that you would like, and that any new assessments would meet that criteria.
And are some superintendents saying they've already purchased one or more of these three tests and they want to be able to use them because they felt they were aligned based on their own review? Is that the issue?
So NWEA is used very widely across the state, and I think that's, and many have kind of an aligned assessment system. I think that's what I recall reading in the Jeffco piece, that they have, this is part of their whole assessment system as a district, and they would find it useful to also have that be a part of what they do for the READ Act.
Right.
Which one?
NWEA MAP. Yeah.
So why wouldn't we want to keep these, allow these to be used?
Simply because there's the chance that they would not meet as we look at the criteria and as we get recommendations from the dyslexia group. And it's a, what, 4-month wait? Is that right?
Correct.
Can we get this on the June agenda?
It depends on whether the dyslexia working group has all of its recommendations by then. We have
Okay.
a member, I think, here in the audience. So.
We can push? Because I think our
Okay.
superintendents would appreciate that since we're holding off. I think it would be fair. Board Member Durham?
So, is the motion currently to add these?
No, it's
No.
not,
Not
not,
And it, I guess, if they're not approved to this point, and we know we're in a state of flux, why would any district all of a sudden add one or more of these? And have they been evaluated by you personally, or the appropriate members of your staff, to meet all of the relevant criteria for which we're going to be approving things in the future? If they're not approvable in the future, then they shouldn't be approved now. If we don't know the answer to that question, the answer is we shouldn't have them.
So the
There's been a lot.
the three that passed the most recent review passed the same criteria as the currently approved assessments. What we're suggesting or we're asking is, would you want to revisit those criteria to ensure that they're meeting everything that you would like to see, and you may wish to consider what additional criteria from the dyslexia working group?
I think the reality is that it's always hard to remove things once they've been approved because you have created an economic interest in
Mhm.
approval. I think our approvals should be as far away from avoid that influence as possible. I wouldn't add anything at this point in time. I think our work should be as simple as possible, let everything come forward. Those that have been approved should be on notice that the approvals are likely to go, or not likely, or possible to go away. And we shouldn't be creating any expectations with these others. So it's all supported Dr. Shevlin's motion.
Is this a timing issue? In other words, is there a rolling process for approval? Or was there a cut point and people submitted and now there's a pause and suddenly the window opened? Or why are these three coming now? I mean, I do feel concerned for the districts that just purchased them. And if they're good assessments, but I don't, is it rolling or is it at a cut point?
So the review process is meant to occur, I believe it's every 4 years.
Oh,
And
every
so,
4 years.
right, every 4 years. So I believe that, and Jeffco isn't here to speak for themselves, but I believe that they already purchased the whole suite for their district for just progress monitoring purposes wholesale, not necessarily for
For the
this
READ Act.
purpose.
I see.
But I think that they were pleased to see that it passed the review
Yes.
for that reason.
So worst case scenario for Jeffco, what can they do? Wait 4 months and see if it ends up on the list and use it for the purpose for which they purchased it?
I believe that would be true, and you know, obviously right now they're using one of the assessments that's already on the approved list, and I'm very sympathetic to their position, and that's why we don't want to delay this. They've already, I believe they feel like we've already delayed it, and we apologize for that, but you know, we want to make good decisions and
Right.
bring you forward good recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Do
Board Member
we
Rankin?
do we as a board need to have a meeting about discussing these and what this, I wonder, since you brought it up, Board Member Shuffle, where is our cut point, you know? Where is that line that we draw that, and is it too high, too low? And we're voting on things that I'm not really clear on, that I would want to be to make a vote, because this is expensive and important.
Mhm.
And if we choose the wrong ones, the kids are the ones that are gonna be the victims here. So I would I would like a little
Could we lay this
session.
over until the next meeting?
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
But now, are you saying that Madam Chair, Dr. Colesman, are you saying that the stakeholders group are looking at these tests right now, and they should have a decision by June or so?
What I think, anytime the list is revisited, districts are really interested in that because they may see something that's been reviewed and that passed the review process as
Right.
something favorable, and they're pleased and they're excited and they would like to be able to move forward. And I believe that's where Jeffco is in this particular
Right.
piece. And I think there might have been some side conversations going on, and some of you may have missed this. My understanding is that Jeffco already uses one of these assessments kind of broadly within their district, but
Internally.
not necessarily for the purposes of the READ Act. So I think that they would be really happy to be able to use that also for the purposes of the READ Act.
And I just looked over, and the group said that when somebody said June, I think Mr. Durham asked, could it be done by June, or would it be done by June? And I saw some positive nods over there. So is that the case?
I think that
I
that
don't want to
group-
put you on the spot. I just thought, maybe I was misreading the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that would be something that we would need to come back to you
Sure.
with an answer.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
So do we want to vote on this motion, which is to leave things as they are for the next 4 months, while there is greater input from both staff reviewing what's required in 199
And
and
stakeholders.
the stakeholder group? Call the vote, please.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks.
One more.
One more, Madam Chair. The remainder of this presentation contains information that is primarily technical in nature, so there won't be any major pieces similar to what we had seen previously. There are some changes to Section 4.0. The major changes to those are primarily in cleanup in nature. Section 4.01C adds a provision to require the department, in consultation with stakeholders, provide guidance on how to determine when a student demonstrates grade level proficiency and should be removed from a READ plan. And this was a recommendation that came forward from the READ plan working group. So we just wanted to make you aware of that particular inclusion.
Questions, comments?
I don't have four.
So if you'd be kind enough to tell us what's, oh, there's more?
Mine goes from,
Never mind. Proceed. Proceed. Yes. I don't know what made me think we were.
So the last three, we put these last slides in to see if there were any additional questions that may have come up that we did not incorporate into this presentation. Section 1.0, just a broad overview. There isn't any information behind this, but really just focuses on the statement and the basis of purpose, which primarily includes technical changes. Section 2.0 focuses on definitions.
So we added a definition today.
Madam Chair, correct. And
Okay.
which includes technical changes, and so we will make sure that we incorporate that. Section 5.0 focuses on the minimum reading competency skills, which is technical in nature, and then section 6, 7, and 8 as well. And so with that, we wanted to turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, to see if there are any questions with respect to any of the final sections as it related to any technical changes.
Commissioner?
No, well, I was just confused. Do you guys want to vote on these technical changes too today?
No, we just wanted
Okay.
to see if there were any questions.
Okay.
And the reason why I wanted to focus we are assuming that the conversation at the next rulemaking hearing will be centered mostly on the teacher training and any of the other issues that would come forward, so.
Any other questions, colleagues, comments before we hit this again next month? Board Member Durham?
Well, I would just don't know how quick a comment, but I think, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Colesman and Dr. Cobb. I know you're taking a lot of heat on behalf of this board, and I appreciate it, and I think, and I suspect Dr. Anthus is as well. But I think it's important to just take a minute and review why we're here, how we got to where we are. And if you go back to the passage of the original READ Act in 2012, it was really an initiative by the business community to try and solve what appeared to be one of the most glaring problems in public education at the time, which was roughly 60% of our students failed to read at grade level. And I think we all hoped that what we put in place at the time, which the same people who complained about what we did then are complaining about what we're doing now. And I don't know whether they've continued to actively resist trying to improve reading instruction or not, but it appears that at least a lot of the same arguments are being raised against these improvements that were raised against the bill in 2012. And the unfortunate reality is it took a JBC staff analysis of funding the Reading Act to demonstrate that we weren't making any progress. And it's probably something that maybe we should have noticed on our own in advance and started to be more proactive sooner than we were. But I think the problem we're trying to solve is it's unacceptable to have 60% of our children reading at grade level. And I think what's unacceptable to me is that this isn't the highest priority of every superintendent and every elementary school principal and every school board in the state. Because if there's one thing that I think there's common agreement on is that the foundation of all learning is reading. And if we don't solve that problem, then we're going to have a very difficult time solving all of the other problems that flow from that particular failure. And I know that, and I think Dr. Schroeder alluded to it, that a number of these groups, the School Board Association and the School Executive Association, somehow think that they have a philosophy that we shouldn't be intervening in their domain. And while I appreciate that, my philosophy is we shouldn't have to. They should be ahead of us, not behind us in this activity. Because if we all agree, and I'd love to have one of them come up here and say they don't agree that reading is the foundation of all learning, but I don't think they will. And if we agree on that, then why haven't they allocated the resources from the beginning, before there ever was the first READ Act? I remember, and I've said it before, one of the arguments that was actually spoken out loud against the first READ Act in 2012 was it was an unfunded mandate. That somehow the school boards and the school executives thought that requiring them to teach reading effectively was somehow an unfunded mandate. I mean, it's preposterous. And their position remains to be preposterous, and our legal counsel tells us that if we go too far or if we do anything really meaningful, we're likely to get sued. Well, it sounds like their position hasn't changed a bit. They really don't care if kids learn to read. They are unwilling to make the hard changes necessary, and I think Dr. Scheffel and Ms. Rankin, who have both invested an enormous amount of time on this, all admit that it's, not admit, but are certainly willing to concede that it's very hard work. But this is the hard work that has to get done if we're going to move the ball forward. And the blame, to the extent, and I think there's plenty to go around, runs all the way to the institutions of higher education. A year ago, we declined to give UNC accreditation for more than a year because of their failure in this particular area. I don't know about other board members, but did any of you hear from anybody at UNC saying, gee, what's wrong? Do we need to do a better job? Maybe we could work collaboratively together. If any of you did, I didn't hear anything from them. And I think that is all too typical of the attitude of higher education, that they really value their turf more than they value delivering to Colorado school children what's really required. And so I think we're all going to take a lot of heat about this, and I apologize to staff because the heat really should be directed at us And I think you're doing an outstanding job at implementing what this board has asked you to do, and I'm sure it's not easy. But if we end up in court, we end up in court. I look forward to being able to look at Case and Casby and just saying out loud to them, you really don't care. It isn't your number one priority to get the job done. Your number one priority is to protect your turf and to protect your prerogatives to the detriment of Colorado school children. So I think the board's headed in the right direction. I hope we stay the course, and I appreciate the work that staff has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Durham. Board Member Flores.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that you forgot me, Mr. Durham, that I worked with the REDAC stakeholders group for about a year. And I just want to be noted for that work. And I think they did an outstanding job. And that was a lot of work, not only for me, but for the stakeholders. And so, and these were knowledgeable people. These were teachers and parents and others who, people who were not in the nonprofit in the area. And so there's been a lot of hours put in by a large number of people. So
Thank you.
just wanted to note that.
And
Thank
I
you.
also extend my thanks, our thanks.
Thank you to you.
To staff and to the folks, the co-kids folks, for your support and your input.
Yeah.
You can make a difference. Board
Yeah.
Member Chef.
I just wanted to respond to some of the comments. I think it's great if we can work together with the universities. Having been a professor up at UNC, I have a lot of friends there. And their special education department is awesome. There's some really great work going on across the state in the universities too. And so this is really all about being systematic and purposeful and understanding the dependencies that universities have in terms of curricular requirements in degree programs, being competitive, and all the things that they deal with. And so I think it's not a matter of pointing fingers, it's a matter of working together, figuring out how we can find leverage points both in K-12, in our work, and in universities, and working together to make great things happen. And I think great things are happening if we can gain, even greater outcomes. That's really what we want.
Thank you, Dr. Chef. Thank you. Now, are
Thank
you
you.
next also?
Yeah,
They are next?
They're like the next three.
Before we go to the
Well,
I think they would prefer.
They would prefer to be gone.
They- Can we go on?
Can we go to
Yes.
the bathroom?
Yeah, there isn't a slide.
You can just quietly go. The next item on the agenda is rulemaking hearing for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program. A hearing to promulgate these rules was made known through publication with public notice to the Colorado Register. Additionally, the State Board had an information item in January. Commissioner, is staff prepared to provide an overview?
Yes, thank you. We'll turn this over to Dr. Colsman again.
Yes, thank you. You'll recall that at the January meeting, Joe Peters from the Attorney General's office joined me in introducing this topic. This is a rulemaking hearing that has been necessitated by a review by the Office of Legal Legislative Affairs, Services, OLLS, which found some technical issues with the early literacy grant rules. Those technical issues are noted in the memo, and so this rulemaking hearing would just bring the rules for early literacy grant back into compliance with those recommendations.
Is there anyone here to testify? Going on. Is there a motion on the floor, please? Somebody willing to make a motion? Board Member Rankin.
I move to approve the proposed rules for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program as published in board docs.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Discussion, colleagues? Questions? Board Member Rankin?
I just want to say that the transparency and accountability in this, the changes are just really good, and I really approve of this.
Thank you. Call the vote?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
She's excused for a second. I
Board
know.
Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
She's ill.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes.
5-0, so we don't need to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is presentation on the kindergarten school readiness data collection. Commissioner or staff prepared to provide an overview.
Yes, I will turn this back over to Dr. Colsman. At least we coordinated, so she doesn't have to go
I
back
did.
upstairs.
I did appreciate
a
that.
great idea.
I was thinking I should have.
Unless she's absolutely sick and tired of
Well, I was
sitting
thinking I might need a Camelback with some supplies.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
The granola bar.
So we're bringing this item forward at the request of the board chair regarding the kindergarten school readiness data collection. This issue emerged, you'll recall, there was an article last fall regarding the collection and just some questions that folks had about the utility of the data that is produced in this collection. And I forwarded a memo to you all regarding this issue back then. What I wanted to be able to do today is give you a brief background around the statutory requirements and history of the Kindergarten School Readiness Initiative, and to not for action today, but to propose a recommended change for the board to consider. With respect to the materials that you should have a memo, you should have a copy of the PowerPoint, and there is also a letter that the Early Childhood Leadership Commission has submitted on this topic. They were actually also mentioned in the Chalkbeat article last fall, and the ECLC is a governor-appointed Early Childhood Leadership Commission, and two of the members are here in the audience, Susan Steele and Charlotte Brantley, who were the authors of this particular letter. So I wanted to acknowledge them. So just very quickly, some background. The purpose of the School Readiness Initiative, so this is at the kindergarten level. All kindergartners have a kindergarten school readiness assessment that teachers use with them during the first few months of school. At the classroom level, the purpose is to understand the instructional needs of students and to inform each student's required kindergarten school readiness plan. At the state level, under CAP for K, we are tasked with reporting statewide population and disaggregated information about the levels of kindergarten school readiness for Colorado's children, with the intent of informing the public and policymakers. One of the questions that we continue to field is, when we talk about kindergarten school readiness, does that mean it's a binary state, you're ready or you're not? Instead, that's not necessarily true. Instead, there's really no research that says this is exactly what it takes to be ready for school, this is exactly what it is that when a student is not. Instead, the tools that we have essentially give teachers and parents a sense of where their children are with respect to age, developmental for kindergartners. And also, school readiness is described in statute as a combination of knowledge and skills that a student possesses. So just a very brief history. I'm not going to talk through all of the timeline for this initiative, but I will indicate that there have been a number of assessment review processes that have occurred under this. We've brought those forward to you. I think the most important point here is back in 2016, the state board did adopt a system for reporting population level kindergarten school readiness results, and that is what we are here to discuss today. The statutory requirements around this for local education providers to administer kindergarten school readiness assessment to each student in kindergarten, to ensure that all children have a school readiness plan in kindergarten. You as a board need to adopt a description of school readiness assessment, adopt one or more assessments, and on a regular review process to revisit those. And the very last point is adopt a system for reporting population level results. So this is one of your statutory requirements. Under these particular statutory requirements,
The system that you adopt must provide aggregate level results of students' kindergarten school readiness level and be able to show overall improvement over time of that information. We produce an annual report of that information. It's included in our CAP for K report, which I know that Mr. Durham is going to be very excited that he's going to be getting yet another report from us very shortly, because we're actually about to submit the CAP for K report by February 15th. And we are required to report the disaggregated information. So the way that our current system reports out information is that districts only submit aggregate information to the department, and also they don't indicate the particular domains for which those results apply. So for instance, there are 6 domains that we collect: physical well-being, motor development, social emotional development, language and comprehension development, cognition, and then math and literacy. So districts, assess students, and then they report up the aggregate information, but they don't tell us which of the domains that the students are meeting expectations. So the way that the reporting looks, yes.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
We're using children in the singular or plural. In other words, what we're trying to get here is, will you be getting any personally identifiable?
So right now, there's no personally identifiable information, and what we would be recommending is that we would continue to not get individual student data, that we would still collect it in the aggregate, but instead of hiding the domain, not indicating the domain names, we would actually include the domains. So for instance.
So this is extra work for the districts to break it down by domain to report to us.
So,
Is that
right
correct?
now, the districts already have to, the assessments that they use already say, 83% of students are meeting the math requirements. They have to take off the word math and then aggregate math in with literacy and all of the other areas. So it actually takes them more work to submit the data the way that it is collected right now, rather than just submit that. So for instance, right now, this is actually 2019 data, statewide data. So right now, 41% of kids are meeting 6 of the 6 benchmarks, if you want to say, and across those domains. We don't know, well, for those we know they're meeting all of them, so that's pretty easy. The second, if we move from the right to the left, 17.5% of students are meeting expectations in 5 domains. We don't know which of those domains they are. We don't know if they're, that it could be, some of them could be missing the literacy domain, some of them could be missing the physical development domain. We don't know. So it actually takes more. We actually worked with one of the assessment vendors to help them do all of the calculations, because it is a challenging submission for districts.
So what's the problem they're trying to solve here?
I believe that the problem that folks would be trying to solve would be to make the data more meaningful, from a district perspective, from a community perspective, from a state perspective. So for instance, we could have a report like this for each of the domains. So imagine that this is math. We could say what % of students are meeting the age expectations in math. We
And
would
just
know that.
Let's presume we do that. Just what are these particular, this particular group of, I guess I'll characterize them as interested individuals that include the State Head Start Collaboration Director, Health and Human Services, Healthcare Policy and Finance, Education, Public Health and Environment, and Public Education. What are they going to do about it if they have that information?
So the.
And
the-
we're
right.
going to report, we're not going to report it by district, are we?
So CAP for K does require that we do report this information at the state level aggregated, at the district level aggregated, and at the school level aggregated. So what I believe that different constituency groups are interested in is being able to say, do we have a problem statewide with any particular area?
Will
And
this,
then-
will this data
yeah.
have the same protection of the 16N size so that you cannot trace it back to any individual students?
Absolutely, and in fact, we wouldn't ever even have the individual student data to even
You wouldn't need it
to
if you had an N size that's
Correct.
smaller than 16.
Right. So imagine if you were.
And you're reporting it by school, for
right.
example.
Right. So for instance, you heard, I'll just use, I love the district Swink, because I love the name Swink. So imagine your Swink.
Senator Rizzuto's
Right.
hometown.
There you go. So what Swink would do is they would only submit to the state, of our, 18 kindergartners or 20 kindergartners, 16 out of the 18 are meeting age expectations in math. 17 out of 18 are meeting them in literacy, and so on. So we wouldn't know which students they are. We would just know.
So
Yeah.
what are these charitably characterized as interested parties going to do with that data?
What I think.
What case have they
yeah.
made to you that this is going to change something?
So different communities have early childhood councils that bring together the school districts and different organizations to say, do we have issues in our community that we can address locally by using our resources differently, by perhaps writing grants to address issues that we've identified. I would also say that EDAC has also identified this particular collection as one that they don't find very meaningful from a district perspective. So we do hear this from districts as well, that this isn't necessarily something that they find very valuable, the way that the data is collected and displayed.
Well, if there's one area of human endeavor which has a lot of data, it's education. There's more data than we have any idea what to do with.
Oh, come on.
And I understand some of the motivation behind this, and we've talked about it, and I appreciate the heads up, but I do just want to get on the public record that I'm having a hard time seeing that in Swink, if there is somehow they know there's a math deficiency of 6 of the 18 kindergartners or whatever it may be, that somehow they're going to do something about that in Swink. Are they going to do something about it?
Yes.
What are they going to do?
If they find out that their little people are not ready for kindergarten in a particular domain, there'll be an effort within that community to provide some services for those children.
Yeah.
Language and comprehension development. Are we talking to our small children so that they develop language skills?
Yeah.
So they're going to go into the home and talk to the kids, or what?
Well, Madam,
Go ahead.
we don't have a lot of information on how different minority kids do, especially ESL kids. I mean, there's a great dearth of information there. Reading, I mean.
Are we
it's-
disaggregating this data beyond the school?
So the statute does require, and you'll see this in the CAP for K report, that we report out at the statewide level on particular categories that are spelled out in statute. That would be students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, race and ethnicity.
So now your insight is going to make a
ethnicity,
difference if you're going
ESL.
to report that data.
Big date, I mean.
At the
lacuna,
statewide level,
Big lacuna.
we don't have as much end-size issues as we
No,
do
but I mean,
with-
when you
right.
start reporting by district, if you're going to disaggregate it by all of the relevant groups, you're going to have a lot of incised issues.
And we
So
would
I'm going to guess
follow
in
our-
Swink,
right.
you're not going to know
Yeah.
because it's not reportable.
right? And so we have protocols for following end-size issues here in Colorado, and we would follow those if the board were to change any of the reporting requirements.
So, Mr. Durham, the first one here is physical well-being and motor development. This would not necessarily cause any kind of a change in a school district itself, but not only in preschool, but also in the medical community, in that community. They know that motor development is hugely responsible ultimately for math learning, right? I mean, there's some body connections that relate to learning. And so if you find out that your young folks are physically not well and are not able, for example, to go up and down steps properly, can't ride a bike, those kinds of things, they actually are indicators
jump on
later
one
on
leg.
of learning in certain subject areas. That's the kind of information that you want a community to know about, to the extent that they can help their children, whether it's because of poverty or just because people aren't paying attention to kids. And so I think we have a big part of our state community that wants to look at kids early. And you're right, it's not a K-12, it's not a CDE issue per se, but it is an issue for other members of our state support system.
Well, I don't disagree with anything you just said, with the exception of, and, you know, I think we have an obligation to try and protect, and part of my objection all along to all of this kindergarten readiness stuff has been to trying to protect our youngest kids from somehow becoming stigmatized. I don't like the idea of, frankly, of the districts collecting this data, and I don't know what the hell they do with it, because if they were acting on it properly, we wouldn't have any of the problems, or most of the problems we seem to have now. But we just seem to have people who just can't ever stop meddling in the lives of other people. And on the theory that they're going to do some good somehow in Swink. And I'm not sure, I mean, I don't believe this is going to change much for the good. I also don't think it's going to change much for the bad. But I do think that this is just a typical additional burden and expense put on the system for little to no gain by people who frankly don't have enough to do. And I'd be happy to give them other duties as assigned. I understand why we're here and why we're doing it, but it just, of all the things we have to pay attention to in education, I don't think this is at the top of the list.
Wow.
For a lot of the early childhood folks.
Yeah, well,
it is.
you know.
Board Member Sheffield, I'm ignoring you, I apologize.
You're not speaking for all of us.
I just, I remember this discussion a couple of years ago, and is TS Gold still the main instrument that's used for assessing these various domains?
So it is the most widely used across Colorado. If you recall, Jeff Coe just requested to pilot and utilize a tool out of North Carolina. So because of their large population, I think that we're going to see a change in that overall use.
Okay. And I just remember talking about this and reading the items on TS Gold, looking at the number of items, the number of domains, and the way the data is collected based on an observational protocol very frequently, takes lots of time. And my thought was, and others on the board at that time, it's just very intrusive on the lives of young kids. And when you look at the actual items and read the language, especially in social emotional development, physical well-being to a lesser extent, some of the cognition pieces, it really buckets students in a way that I think parents, when they see the language on those items, are somewhat objectionable. So I understand apart from that, it sounds good to say, let's have more data, let's figure out in which domains our students are struggling so that we can provide better support. It sounds right, but it could sound right, but when you look at the assessment that's often being used and how long it takes to give it and how intrusive it is, based on just a plain reading of the items, and how the protocols work, where you're following kids around, observing them in real time, doing a host of issues. It to me and to others at that time on the board is just very intrusive. And at a very young age, we're bucketing kids to have, red flags in these areas where they're 3 years old, So I guess that was, I think, what the discussion was at the time. If the state needs overall data saying ready, not ready. Let's keep it simple, and let's try to use a simpler instrument that doesn't take up so much time in a preschool type setting. But to be breaking this out with all this minutia and all the items, like over 90 or something items, it's a very long assessment. It just seemed to me, as I recall the discussion, really kind of over the top for young kids. And I think that was part of the discussion at that time.
Madam Chair, I think
This is just 5 or 6, though.
if you remember
5 or 6.
if you remember the abuses, I mean, we had instances of kids being photographed, and there were not photographed, they were videotaped, and those videotapes were uploaded to a server, and the evaluations were taking place, God knows where, without any relevant attention being paid to data privacy. And I think some of the parents really revolted against that. I presume all that stopped. We've certainly tried to get that stopped. But, you know, I got a news flash. Kids develop, particularly at these young ages, at very different paces.
That's true.
And to presume at age 4 there's somehow a deficiency, I'm sorry, that is a presumption that's probably irrelevant, because most of these kids will eventually catch up in most of these categories just by the fact that they grow a year older. And the intervention of the state in this area, I think, is unnecessary. And if what we've done in the last, since I've been on the board, and we started fighting this in the last 5 years, if it hasn't produced a positive result, and I would defy somebody to show me a positive result it has produced by showing better outcomes than before we started having these evaluations, then maybe we ought to decide whether we ought to be spending money on these sort of evaluations of children this young.
So
Teachers can
without
do it.
having the data, Board Member Durham, in these various domains to see change, and I think that's the reason that there's a desire to disclose these measures, because I think the goal of the support organizations is to see a change, see an improvement over time for our youngest, particularly our neediest youngest, so they come to school more ready to learn. I don't know that the state necessarily is going to intervene, but I certainly do see a lot of interventions in communities. Doctors give a book every year. I mean, there are all sorts of efforts. Parents are taught how to make sure their kids get exercise. I mean, some of these things that we don't realize have a huge effect on student learning are critical. I never realized that motor development was such a huge piece,
Big deal.
that going up and down steps for a little one needs to be, parents need to know that this is important. They need to help the kids learn how to do that.
Well, and
So
what
those-
is it, though? We have a bill floating around someplace that suggests that we're going to send some school-type personnel into every home of young 3-year-old children? I mean, is that how far it has to go? Can we give these people enough help?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that knowledge can help us to do things better for our youngest.
It can help
That's all.
parents.
Board Member Shuffle.
I think, what I would think is that those data are already being used locally to adjust instruction. So when a teacher gives the TS Gold, they can print out the results and look at the domains and say, hey, we need to do more with cognition in our preschool program.
So when
But-
but
so
when the district has that data by domain, then they can communicate with the community organizations in order to get their help. But if they are not collecting it, if they're just mushing it all together, I don't see how they can identify the various areas.
I don't see why
support.
the community organizations are in the mix. I mean, I think it's about the teacher and the child and the classroom and the parents, and that data exists to really pinpoint more work in cognition or language or whatever. And I think giving it to the other agencies, I understand that they would want it, but I think it drives a different agenda than just, let's work in the classroom with the individual child on areas where this subset of students need additional intervention.
Board Member Flores.
I think I said it, but I just I'll say it again, I thought that, that instrument was a great way, a great instrument to train teachers. Especially given that we are now taking teachers from high school, taking them on to community colleges and then setting them in the classroom. Now remember, we used to have, early childhood was a master's level program in this state. So, in many other places. And so now we're taking it to high school, we're taking it on to community colleges. And so in that respect, I believe it's valuable as a training instrument for teachers. That, you know, it's a step-by-step kind of training if it were used at university level, community college level. But it's not trivial. I mean, it's a helpful instrument. Thank you.
Next month?
Be happy to come back next month.
With a vote.
So I think, so we just have, you know, a recommendation for the board to consider. If the board would like me to come back next month, it's at your discretion.
Yes. Yes?
Okay.
One way or the other, this is going to be done, so
I'm going to have a discussion with
Thank
Steve
you.
on that.
maybe not. Not if we care about little people.
And you should remind him about what you saw when you went into
Okay,
those classes.
thank you very much. Gosh, I think you're off the hook.
I remember that there were some good people that were
Is,
in their group.
Colleen Nerbach?
Because I remember you went into classrooms and saw that these young
She doesn't know that we're not doing
aide
16 though.
assistants and such were using it.
That's
and-
good stuff.
Yeah.
Quick break.
Yes, please.
That'll give her time to get a rulemaking hearing for the Administration of School Leadership Pilot Program. The hearing was promulgated.
Oh, my glasses.
A hearing to promulgate these rules was made known to the publication of a public notice to the Colorado Register. Additionally, the board voted to notice these rules in November. Commissioner, is staff prepared to provide an overview?
Yes, I will turn this over to Colleen O'Neill.
Hey, can we get a copy of the Colorado Register sometime? Just for laughs.
The whole Colorado Register?
Well, I don't know. That's what, I mean, I keep reading this and.
Yeah, I'll get you the link to the Secretary of State.
And is it something that's updated constantly, or is there a January issue, February issue?
Twice a month.
Pardon me?
Twice a month.
Twice a month?
A lot of rules.
Maybe I don't wanna look at it?
No.
I'm just curious, because I read this all the time, and I'd like to know what I'm saying we did.
Okay, Madam
Mrs.
Chair.
O'Neill, I'm really sorry.
Madam Chair.
It's been too long today.
I am Colleen O'Neill. I'm the Associate Commissioner of Educator Talent, and today we do have a hearing. I don't believe anybody has signed up to testify on the hearing of the rules. Okay, so no one has signed up. So today I present to you the rules for the administration of the School Leadership Pilot Program. These rules are 1 CCR 301-111. You have a few documents in front of you and in board docs. You have a clean version of the rules. Remember, these are the first time that we're adopting the rules. You also have a crosswalk of the rules as they're aligned to statutory authority, and you have the Board of Education memo. As a quick reminder about these rules, these are the ones that are just a little tiny bit different than most rules that we do. The statute gave the board the authority to create rules for the application to the program, not for the program, but to the application for the program. So what you see in front of you is the rules for the application to the program. Specifically from the State Board of Education meeting in November, one of the things that was brought up during that time by the state board was a question around whether we could implement some essay questions or some questions for applicants around reading and around their reading programs. That they're using in their school districts. We were able to incorporate that into the board rules, and you will see those as soon as I flip that over. You will see those on the very last page. So on the second page in item 3.02, parent 2, parent E, increased student academic outcomes, and then underneath that you see for elementary or K-8 school principals, increased student academic outcomes in reading proficiency. So that would be an application question for the school leadership grant program that an individual principal who's applying for the program would be answering if they were subject to being an elementary or a K-8 principal. Outside of that, we had very few comments back, besides to make sure that we were able to reach all of our rural principals as well and engage them in the principal preparation program. I will leave it there for questions and comments.
Questions?
Would you say that number again, please?
I would. It's on the back of the rules, so it's a one-page, kind of two-pager, and it's on the page 2 of the actual clean rules. Clear at the end, 3.02, 2EI.
About 4 lines off the bottom.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay, you bet.
Can I have a motion, please? Oh, wait a minute. We're voting, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, if you'd like.
I'd like to. Motion, please?
I move to approve the proposed rules for the administration of the School Leadership Pilot Program as published in board docs.
Thank you. It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
2 seconds. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Second.
Board Member Rankin, do you have a question? Another question?
No, I didn't have a question. I did a motion. That's all I did.
Okay. Anybody else? Call
I-
roll.
You know, I could add something that I have seen, that there is an online course for principals in the REDAC. I just wanted to add that in.
Good.
Yep, it's 12 hours if anyone wants to know.
Hey, Board Member Rankin, how much did that course cost?
$318.
Did you take that?
I did, not this one, the one I
The one you
talked
took?
about, the 48-hour one?
Mhm.
Yes, $318.
Are you gonna get rid of that? I'd like to.
Could you call roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Okay.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Fantastic.
Thank you all
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone here for public comment? Going on? All right, we are going to adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Okay, I know